See, I didn't like Formal Blizzard make a fortress out of soap relatively recently? I want to say he did. Yeah, I guess Jabberers count as big birds. They can be war trained. But you gotta get those from very deep underground. It's all good. Although you did remind me to go open up Bellinair's chat. But I guess it's time for us to probably start playing. So that this is our first backup and this is our second backup in the Enchanted Planets. So let's just pop into Legends first because I get the nice little map overworld, which we're gonna take a peek at. And I think it's a nicer screen to actually decide where we're going to embark. So year 310, press enter. Boom, there's our world. All right, so we need to actually decide where we're going to put this damn fort. Ooh, Haunted Ocean could be fun. Could do something there. We could also go for like something pretty far north and maybe like do a... actually, no, glaciers would probably be a bad idea. And the reason I would say glacier would be bad idea is because we need trees. Because I'm going to need a lot of ash. Here's the thing. I always have my stream team streams open. So if any of my stream team members are streaming, I have them open in other tabs, often in pop-outs. I almost always have Bellinair's stream up. Like, here, I'll show you the way my stream, my desktop looks right now. This is my desktop currently. So I got DF open, my desktop, and then Bellinair. Because, you know, some people, they watch YouTube videos at work. I watch streams while I'm working. Anyway, hello, Infinity Simplex. I hope you're doing well. For suspicious reasons? I know, I've had elves attack me riding undead crows. That's always exciting. Giant crows. The Gloved Helm. So this is all kind of like the big old haunted forest up here, which is potentially fun. Like if I go back to the beginning of time, this is a giant haunted forest up top here. Yeah, exactly. See, streamers are very hashtag relatable. just because we live weird lives that are, you know, different, I guess, to your average Joe's world. That or, It's funny because, like, can't actually see the most recent fort that we built, which was right down here. The bridge fort. Normies, exactly. I don't know, now I kind of want to go into a similar spot as the last fortress. Because the last fort that we did was, like, right here, right? We built a bridge across. It's because you don't normally get these swamps. Those swamps are kind of a rare biome. Almost as rare as good biomes. Are there even any good biomes on this map? I'm like looking now, going like, is there any good biomes? I'm pretty sure there's good biomes on this map. I'm just not seeing them now. Now I'm like actually wondering. Oh, wait. That might be a good lake. The Smooth Dread. I'm sure that's one of those various necromancer spots. Yeah, not exactly heavy in the good biomes up here. Not even like under elf settlements. Well, spooky world it is, I guess. This is also an interesting spot, like these super northern areas, especially this very northern volcano. We're going to need to think of something to do with that volcano, because it's a volcano on a glacier, which is really cool. And volcanoes on glaciers are just badass, so we'll have to do something with that. All right, let's back out of this. Start playing The Enchanted Planets. Dwarf Fortress. Also, hey, Trumpet. Yeah, year 317. So this is the third fortress we've done in this world. The first one was a fortress of thieves. The second one was a fortress of, well, we built a big bridge. Nothing particularly exciting nothing particularly exciting outside of that happened. So this is this down here. You know, no, I don't need to shut the camera off. This is the second fort we built. As you can see in the top left screen, it's a very long fort. That's Arch Roads. Okay, so this is Joyous Wilds. That's okay. That is a good biome. It's a tropical freshwater marsh that is joyous. Joyous tropical freshwater marsh. All right, so last stream, as I said, we kind of had the super nice biome. What is this? Okay, so this is a terrifying haunted forest, basically, with an aquifer. If it wasn't bad enough. It's haunted conifer forest. Haunted, terrifying. Untamed wilds. Jesus. Haunted, terrifying, haunted. Is that a terrifying ocean? No, okay, that's just a regular ocean. How about up here? That's terrifying. Freezing mountain with scarce vegetation. Untamed wilds. With 3 biomes, freezing and haunted, freezing and scarce. That could actually be a lot of fun, but would also be like a pain in the dick. So I don't know about that one. What's close by? Goblins, everybody. Everybody's nearby. Jesus. Dwarves, goblins, elves, humans, and tower. The Iron of Hushing. And of course, like with any community interaction worlds, I encourage you to download this world and have legends open or play along. Because I'm always looking for people to help me look things up, especially during events. Oh, that's interesting. The trustworthy picks now not have 1, but 2 fortresses up in this area. Considering the first one was one that we embarked on. Trustworthy picks, of course, being the faction that was running that insurgency of bandits that we ran in this world once. Which is, I think, the most recent... Yeah, it should be the most recent today in Dwarf Fortress under this command. Green Scales of Greed. Those are a fun fort. What do you guys think? Should we do another Trustworthy Picks run? A fortress based on soap? The Trustworthy Picks? Part 2? We could potentially have some of those same dwarves show up. It's especially fun, like, with the context of, oh, the only other dwarves we have in this region are from that bandits guild. Granted, the number of I mean, what do we actually have here? It's funny because like I was talking about this fortress in the context of, oh, you know, let's build a little above ground quaint like village that's focused on soap. But now that I'm actually like looking at this, if we were to do this in this area, it would be very much a, yeah, we need to like hide, fucking hide. But like actually producing large amounts of soap could be very difficult here. There's aquifers everywhere. Although there is shallow and deep metal and flux stone, little soil clay. The blizzards, look at the name. The blizzards of Judens. Jondens? Jodens? Jondice? I don't even know what that word is. Yondice? I don't know, maybe not. Especially considering here we're at war with elves, goblins, and tower. I don't know if we also want to be at war with the elves. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. I'm seeing spots. 2 seconds. It's a yellowing, it's a medical condition of the yellowing of the skin or eyes, which can be a sign of liver disease. Huh. Means bitterness, resentment, or cynicism. Sounds like a really good description of me. All right. Yes, I am low. So I has juice box. I'll be okay though. Not that low. Just a little bit low. It was a little bit low when I woke up anyway. I was low enough actually that I'm blanking because low. I was low enough with this morning when I woke up that I decided to take less insulin with breakfast, but it clearly wasn't enough. Juice box ho. All right. I guess kind of the problem I have with this is Here's the question, chat, is are we actually making a good fort? Are we just soap dealers? Especially if we're going to go with the trustworthy picks again, who are very, very, very trustworthy. Are we just a front? I'm totally okay with just being a front. But, like, then I suddenly have this problem with this location. Because, like, vegetation is scarce. It's freezing. It's untamed wilds and terrifying. Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is a little sus, and we haven't even started yet. It very much depends on the faction, right? If I stick with the trustworthy picks again, we're kind of at war with everybody. If I go with the gloved helm, suddenly it's a much more legitimate thing. Although the gloved helm are also apparently at war with the elves. How about the waxy hall, who are also right here? Also at war with everybody. Maybe it's just these elves are evil. These guys don't care. The raw arrow don't care. The iron of hushing are not at war with the elves. So there is a faction here, the Iron of Hushing, who are not actively at war with the elves. Everybody else here is actively at war with the elves. Just plant a few elves in the ground and wait for them to sprout. Yeah, about that. I like this spot so much. And that location is such a good named location. But the majority of it is scarce. You know, this could be a bit of fun. This might get chaotic, but this could be a bit of fun. And that tower is not that close, because, like, the nearest tower is pretty far. So we are in range of the tower. Yeah, let's do the trustworthy picks again. The only main issue with doing the trustworthy picks is week 0, Ghost, Lore, Sasquatch, Little Grim Reaper, Patolus, Stone, Cappy, Hobo, Gimper, and Warm Shadow were all of the named dwarves. Did what? Hold on. I tested that last night and it worked. Why? What? Squat. Oh. Derp. Now it'll work. Try it again, Squawk. Can I answer with yes, Bastet? Because, like, the tits or ask question is always the... Yes? Might need to make that one louder. Might need to make that one louder. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this location. This might get hairy, but I think that's kind of the point. What do I prefer more? Yes. It's a little quiet. Yeah, it's at 200% volume. There's always a little bit of, like, live bug testing with these new commands. Hey, Gold Poke, how we doing? It's good to see you. I guess kind of the question is, if we're going to go with the trustworthy picks, what is our side hustle? If we're a completely legitimate soap factory that's legitimately making soap for all the dwarves and other peoples in the region as the trustworthy picks, is it just like we're trying to steal artifacts again? Because I'm totally down with that. I have a feeling that Confucius did not say that, Trumpet, but I like the sentiment. Anyway, Squug, I hope you're doing well. What's up, dude? How's things been? Hope work's been good. Definitely trustworthy soap makers. Okay, well, you have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. Yeah. All right. So keep in mind, all of the dwarves from the first week fort that we did that stole artifacts from a dragon are still alive. So naming dwarves, we might be kind of limited. Because it's very possible and rather likely, in fact, that your dwarves will show up. So we are very, very trustworthy soapy people. Soap makers. Soap crafts makers. And I'm still stumbling my words because having low blood sugar makes your brain not working. Can I put the word soap? The scholarly soap. The first adjective. The soapy soap. The trustworthy soap. This is the plot of Fight Club. I mean, we're definitely not, like, putting individual frames of pornography into family-friendly TV films in movie theaters. So we might be the plot of Fight Club, but, like, less evil plot of Fight Club. The extremely trustworthy soap. I mean, we could also be a little bit more honest. Be the untrustworthy soap. I don't. Is makers an option? Can I say, like, the soap makers? Because I don't think I can do that. Bill's bulbous buff. Hold on. The untrustworthy buff soap. I kind of like that. The trustworthy buff soap. Auburn soap? Bulbous soap? Ew. Robust soap. Fabulous. The aggressively honest soap. Here's the thing. I could do that. Probably. First adjective. Whoop. Nope. The fragrant, actually. Come to the fragrant, fabulous soap. We are very trustworthy. The problem is I don't think I can make my image of a dwarf bathing. Watch us just, like, get swarmed by undead on day 4 and just die. Because that's a very real thing that could happen. Also, like, this biome could be raining snot, raining blood. It could be spawning undead creatures. It could be sending in, like, clouds of undeadifying mist. Gate Nerd, what up? How are things? All right. Well, we're going to be our group name is going to be called the Fragrant Fabulous Soap. Okay. The group symbol. Oh boy, I don't think I could do soap. Can I? Nope. Let's do a cloud. Many clouds. An image of clouds. Okay. A dwarf. can't use soap. I'm upset about this. This is an image of clouds, a dwarf, and a meat cleaver. The dwarf is bathing? Everybody always wants the dwarf to be screaming. Is dead. Cooking. Traveling. Unnaturally contorted, weeping, withering away, confused, dejected, offended, terrified. He's screaming about how good the soap is? I can't use soap in... I need a good stand-in for soap. I mean, obviously, hold on. I can change the name of this. We can call it the Trust of Soap. The Trust of Soap is going to be the name of our image. Tolo? Is Tolo an object? Tolo isn't an object. It's definitely not a shape. Butchering isn't an option. Actually... Pig. An image of clouds, a dwarf, a meat cleaver, and a pig. The pig is being flayed by the dwarf. This is an image of a clouds, a dwarf, and a meat cleaver and a pig. The pig is being flayed by the dwarf. Implying like, oh, and many piles of meat. This is an image of clouds, a dwarf, a meat cleaver, a pig, and meat. The pig is being flayed by the dwarf. The dwarf is laughing? The pig is screaming? Maybe the meat is screaming. This is an image of clouds, a dwarf, a meat cleaver, a pig, and meat. The pig is being flayed by the dwarf is laughing, and the pig is screaming. It's all part of making soap, my friends. Very trustworthy soap. Also, I can't remember who it was, but somebody suggested that I might get dislikes on putting Minesweeper videos up on YouTube. I'll have you know, I've got nothing but likes so far and positive comments, and one person posted their score that was better than mine, so now I have reason to beat them. God damn it. Also, it's doing better than some of my other videos, which is funny. Your fat will make amazing, so pretty much, yeah. Okay, now we need a fort name. This is the actually important one. The rest are kind of flavor. Authored hatchets. Can I... Soapy friends. Uben Babin. Soapy friends. Soapy friendly? God, I still haven't figured out how we're gonna make this fort evil. There's gotta be a way, though. Soapy friends, yes. That's what it says. Ship it? Or soapy friendly? It's a protection racket. I mean, buy all of our soap and nothing bad will ever come to you. Don't buy our soap and we will fucking stab you. The Abbey of the Laughing Soap. One could say that we are the laughing stock. Took me a while to type that. You were talking about soap makers. Can I make it the Soapy Friends? Soapy Friends, the dwelling of cleaning. Too long? I mean, it's right next to cleaving. Coincidence? I think not. Uben babin siknaglikad. I kind of want to just go with the dwelling of cleaning. The dwelling of cleansing? Yeah, the dwelling of cleansing is a really good name, actually. Soapy Friends was kind of half a joke. Just because I was like, the word soapy and the word friends are both words in Dwarfish, so we could very easily just go Soapy Friends, but hey, Novi, what's up? The dwelling of cleansing is really good. That is really good. God, I'm going to run out of... And also, it kind of makes sense that we're at war with the elves. Now that I think about it, the reason it makes sense is because we're going to be clear-cutting all of the trees. All of them. Specifically so that we can make ash. You're a bit of a literature nerd. You and Stone will get along. Stone kind of is a bit of a Wikipedia crazy person when it comes to DF. I think we're just going to go with the dwelling of cleansing. The Soapy Friends is a little too far silly. Did you hear they've banned your playthroughs? That is the most generic, out-of-nowhere statement that is lacking context I've read in a minute. What? Grammar only when necessary? I mean, this is a straight-up translation of Dwarfish, right? So they don't need to operate under English language limitations. The dwelling of cleansing. Let's grab that name. Oh. Well, here's the thing. That's a good thing. And no, they haven't banned my playthroughs. They should get rid of it. Because, well, I don't know. Do you want me to actually dive into that? Or are you just memeing? All right. The dwelling of cleansing doesn't fit in the document, but that's okay. Just make the thing wider. You're just too lazy most of the time. I feel you there. I fucking feel you there. It's just like when I mispronounce words intentionally to annoy specific people. Or change the wording of things just to sound funny, and it ends up annoying people. Hey, Liam. What's up? You see, when you said, did you hear that they've banned your playthroughs? I thought that you were talking about, like, I don't know, like I got banned from a forum or something. And I was like, what? I did not pick up on what you're putting down. So anyway, we are, the Trust of Soap is our image, which is an image of clouds, a dwarf, and a meat cleaver, and pig meat. The pig is being flayed by the dwarf. The dwarf is laughing, and the pig is screaming. The group name is the Fragrant Fabulous Soap, and the fort name is the Dwelling of Cleansing. So that, if you're sensing a theme, that makes sense. So we are a member of the Trustworthy Picks, which is where our first fort, Construct Veiled, the Reclaim Embark that we did, was. Actually, you know what? I should add a faction thing to this. I need to check what faction the Bridge Fort was part of. I also just realized I put this in the wrong spot. There we go. So color that to white. Perfect. Soap fort. Soap trade and export is the goal. We don't have an outcome yet, obviously. Yeah. I mean, I don't actually know what that means, Cassie. Also, I don't use Excel, so explain like I'm 5. I just use Google Sheets for everything. So because we were in the same fort faction as our first fort, there's a bunch of dwarves that could very much show up. Ghost, Lore, Saspot, Little Grim Reaper, Stone, Patolus, Cappy, Hobo, Gimper, and Warm Shadow could all potentially show up in this fort. So I'm going to ask that any of those people with those names hold off on requesting names for this fort. By playing 1 fort per Saturday. So we've done 3 forts in this world, and we are doing our best to kind of be internet historians or digital fake historians. If you want to grab the most recent version of the world over on the sheet on this scene, it's right there. That's the most recent version, so you can just go grab it. And it's the same version that I'm going to be starting on with this one. If you want to run around and do your own things in the world on your own computer, you can. Or you can kind of read along. Help me look stuff up live while I'm playing in this fort. If something weird shows up, you guys can look it up in adventure mode. We've discovered all sorts of little stories already. Plenty of stuff. What I really need to do is I need to do a day, maybe at the end of one of these streams, where I just go into this Legends tab that I have here and fill out interesting stories. That, or if you guys write them up in another Google Doc, I can simply link to that doc from my doc. Kind of build it out like a wiki, basically. We've done this before. We had another world called the Community World, which I did 17 streams of, 18 actually. But I retired it because it was getting too hard for people to follow. So what I'm trying to do is a very similar thing, except I'm doing a much better job actually documenting everything. So every single week that I run a fort in this world has more documentation, is easier to follow, and better for you guys as people watching the streams. Because I don't expect you guys to watch every minute of every single one of my streams, because that would be ridiculous. So Pilot Guy volunteers as tribute. All right. He is 74 years old, born on the 18th of Malachite in the year 243. His quite dense hair is somewhat greasy. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is braided. His short hair is neatly combed, and he is tall, and his somewhat short ears are broad. is somewhat short. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is pale chestnut. His skin is dark tan, and his eyes are jade. You want to be one of the trustworthy soap makers, Vin? We can definitely do that. Cutest ghost, hello. I'm just naming dwarves right now. If I mistype your name, just let me know. I'm just kind of sight reading these. Squug, welcome to the fort. Anybody else want a name? That was not in week 1. What's the plan for the fort? Soap fort. We're part of the same faction as the first one. We are settling in Untamed Wilds / Haunted. And we are very trustworthy dwarves that are very much just exporting soap. I haven't decided what like the side hustle is for this fort yet, but we are very much just exporting soap. Very much. Just exporting soap. Were you in week 1, Ghost? Because everybody from week 1 is still alive. Yeah, you were in week 1. So all of these dwarves from week 1, the community world. Did I just like delete something? Yes, I did. All of these dwarves from week 1 are still alive. And because we are building off of that same faction, the faction of thieves that went and stole a bunch of shit and murdered a lot of people. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I think I spelled that right. Cassiopeia. I think I did. Because we're basing off of that same faction, we're gonna have a side hustle that is very much not on the up and up. You know, that the last time we did something with this faction, it was a group that came out here and then attacked literally everybody that showed up to trade, right? Well, this time we're not gonna be attacking literally everybody that shows up to trade, but we'll think of something that we could do in the background. Probably, you know, stealing artifacts or something. We'll think of something. We'll think of something. Let's chuck Liam in here. And I have one more space open for a dwarf. Infinity, would you like a dwarf? Or is there somebody else that would like a dwarf? Who don't have soap with bars of soap? Nah, we're not going to be attacking traders this time. We already did that. And if you want to watch that video, you can watch it right there. But here, let's just read descriptions, and then if someone else pops in and wants a dwarf, we can do that. He personally sees merrymaking as a waste and values cunning. Dreams of raising a family. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and does not trust others. He feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He has a very calm demeanor, and he doesn't generally think before acting. Oh, we'll chuck you in Infinity. You can have the last dwarf. You don't get dwarves in the fort very often, and you're here all the time. Infinity. He has a very calm demeanor, and he doesn't generally think before acting. Tends to hang on to grievances and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and generally acts impartially. Rarely moved to mercy and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He often feels discouraged and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. Laughs very loudly whenever he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Seems like a good dwarf. Building friendships is a waste. There is no bond that can withstand distance or change of circumstance. He is 74 years old, born on the 3rd of Granite in the year 243. His extremely dense hair is somewhat greasy. His short sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his long hair is tied in a ponytail. His somewhat short ears are broad, and his eyelashes are short. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is auburn. His skin is ecru, and his eyes are brass. He is incredibly tough. rarely sick and slow to tire, but very weak. Personally sees friendship burdensome, dreams of raising a family. This is Vinsati, by the way. And thank you very much, Palakai, for the channel points towards making me go away for a day and take a day off and sleep, because we all know that I really need that. He is bored by reality and would rather disappear entirely forever into a world of his own made-up fantasy. Are you telling me this dwarf plays D&D? Sorry, by the way. I had to go there. He is sometimes cruel and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. Is slow to trust others and doesn't often feel envious of others. He can handle stress and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and when he's nervous, he clicks his tongue. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. D and Dwarf. What is all this then, Axon? What is all this? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not entirely certain. What is all this then? I hope you're doing well, Axon. That is like the dimensional view aside from the cozy for today. D and Dwarfs. But are you asking about like what's the theme for the fort, or is that just a way of saying hello, Axon? Because the theme for the fort is we are building a soap fort. So we are the same faction as the first day fort, which was the fortress based around being evil and murdering as many people.
That's what's this then?
I feel like that sentence isn't grammatically correct, but at the same time I feel like it is, and I'm very conflicted by this. Thank you very much for the Twitch Prime subscription, because Prime Gaming sounds stupid, for 13 months. It's the lucky month. What are you going to do for your lucky month, if I can ask? It's good to have you back. Thanks for continuing to watch the streams, Axon. I'm out of coffee and require more. What happens to a soap fort when it rains? Well, the fort isn't going to be made of soap. It's going to be a fort that makes soap. I realize it's a very easy thing to get confused, but that's not the plan. We did indeed have a dog duck for the record today, yeah. Yes, we did. Also, what's up, Winston's? But yeah, no, we bringing lots of livestock and we making exotic soaps. It's going to be a fortress based on alchemy. I mean, soap making. You wouldn't bat an eye? Yes, but what happens to a soap fort when it rains? Well, obviously. Okay, so if hypothetically you made a fortress out of soap, right? And hypothetically it rained on that fortress made of soap. Dwarven engineering is such that the water would simply run off the soap and the soap wouldn't dissolve, because Dwarven construction is so sound and perfect. The rain would simply roll off like any other constructed Dwarven object. I'm just saying. Doesn't matter how clean the fort is. Dwarves wouldn't notice. So this is Celeroach, too. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Tends to ask others for help with the difficult decisions, and he needs, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is quite polite and tends to have little interest in joking around, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and can handle stress. Starts to stutter when he's surprised, and runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. That sounds like a really good way to put a business out of business, It just makes non-dissolving soap. A soap company that makes soap that doesn't dissolve. Like, the whole business model of soap is that it dissolves, right? It washes away the elves and humans. It washes away the impurities off the side of our fortress. Squug, she is 60 years old, born on the 9th of Imitite in the year 257.
Crypt Pog.
Thank you very much for the 6th month of ongoing subscription, Dr. Phineas. Thank you for continuing to support the stream, and thanks for watching. Cheers. She often feels filled with joy and doesn't stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise. She is prone to strong feelings of lust and dislikes. Okay.
Oh,
It-
hey, it's payday.
It's payday for me too, apparently. Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits, Zycron. And the other 2 of you for the resubs. And that's a hype train, apparently. Cheers, everybody. Thank you. She is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture and doesn't seek out excitement, tends to avoid crowds, and she isn't particularly curious about the world, tends to not reveal personal information, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She likes to take it easy and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She has a greedy streak, and she scratches her nose when she's nervous. Jesus! What is happening? Well, thank you, Zycron, for gifting subscriptions to Natsunovi, Eternal, Don Caribou, Zoltromus, and Phantomus. I think that's how you say that? Jeez, indeed. Thank you, Zycron. To anybody who just got slammed with a freebie gift sub, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. And the emotes. Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits and the 5 gifted subs. And Dr. Phineas just jumps on the goddamn train, apparently. Thank you very much for gifting subs to Scrumpet Sheep, Winston's, Celeroach, Professor Shitpost, and Smick Bones. I like those usernames. That last one's good. But congrats, Winston's. I know you're here. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes for 30 days. Thank you, everybody. That's a lot of subscriptions. Yesterday was payday for me, actually. Well, Patreon payday, specifically. I mean, I'm a fan of bones here, as you might notice with all the skulls and stuff. We like bones here. Bones are good. Should probably go back to reading Dwarves, but thank you, everybody, for that hype train that just happened out of nowhere, as they tend to. Cassiopeia. She is 57 years old, born on the 11th of Slate in the year 260. She personally views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't really value merrymaking. Dreams of mastering a skill, or raising a family, not mastering a skill. She is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And is quite ambitious, rarely feels discouraged, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. And I keep losing my spot in text today. She can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and she has a sense of duty, though she still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. She can handle stress and needs alcohol to get through the working day. We got a few potential good military dwarves here. Both Squug and Cassie would make really good military dwarves. What language is that? Good question. I was kind of wondering that myself. Although I sometimes don't want to call people out on where they're from based on the language they have their computer set to, so I generally don't ask the question when I see it. I just quietly copy-paste it and put it in Google Translate it and let it self-detect the language. So this is Liam's dwarf, who is also a peasant. 58 years old, born on the 7th of Granite in the year 259. Should we send you a call so you can have the call of duty, Cassie? She personally values sacrifice and finds blind honesty foolish and dreams of creating a great work of art. Is very stubborn and often overindulges. Has a sense of duty. Once again, there's that word again, duty. And has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is quick to anger, and he is quick to form negative views about things. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Found the doctor. Liam, you gotta remind me that. I need to give you doctoring skills. Doesn't mind, or is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and has an active sense of humor. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and has an active imagination. He tends to think before acting and often acts with compassion. The word act a lot in this. Laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And then last but not least, Infinity. She is 65 years old, born on the 3rd of Imitite in the year 252. She personally holds a shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem. Uh-oh. Well, that's us. Huh? He said duty. Yeah, right. And dreams of creating a great work of art, is often scatterbrained and likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She often finds obligations confining and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is assertive and doesn't develop negative feelings and occasionally overindulges. She has an active sense of humor and she has a greedy streak. She only mutters under her breath when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at shitty weather. But once again, thank you very much, everybody, for the little hype train there. That kind of popped out of nowhere and, 10 gifted subs, 1,000 bits. Thank you very much, everybody. And cheers to everybody who's hanging out and watching the stream. More beers. Because Infinity knows what's up. All right, so now it's a matter of figuring out what items we're bringing. So we know that we are a soap fort. I got a level 2 hype train emote, whatever that is. Hype miss. That's a good one, actually. I could use that for dwarf stuff. It's like a little arrow going over top, and it looks like an elf. I'm down. Choo-choo indeed. Actually, all of those could work. I like emotes when, like, they make sense for my games. Excuse me? Euristos Slane's Beast's Leather Quivers. Somebody want to look up what the fuck that is? I mean, I'll be making buckets. But what the heck is a Euristos Slane? And why do I have quivers made of it? I really didn't like the first round of hype train emotes, but these ones are nice. Necromancer experiment? Oh, probably, yeah. I mean, it's not Forgotten Beast. It must be a really common Necromancer experiment then. Huh. Yeah, Dwarven Necromancer experiment stuff. I mean, that would actually make a degree of sense because there is a tower that's part of our faction, very far south. I'll bite anything. Yes, you gotta chew on that choo-choo. All right, well, let's bring a few sows and a boar. Let's bring a few hens and a rooster. Let's bring a few ducks and a drake. Let's bring a few geese and a gander. Let's bring a few turkeys and a turkey gobbler. And I guess cats and dogs, right? We do need the geese, yes. I mean, so we can make geese soap. You feel guilty? It's okay. This is a hive of scum and villainy, my chat, Infinity. So your puns are welcome here. And you will never be punished for making puns here, because puns are not a crime. Puns are a verbal and I don't know, right to you here. Hallelujah. Sometimes it feels good to be a criminal, you know? Commit crimes! Puns only get you a bell? I don't think I've ever seen you post that emote in my chat before. We do not go to the penitentiary. The penitentiary. God, that's hard to say. The penitentiary for punishment. You can practice your punmanship. Yes, this is a safe punman place. Okay. Anyway, let's see. We got dogs, cats, pigs. I'm gonna bring another boar. No, it doesn't make you a pundit. No. You can have whatever form of employment as you want. Let's bring 3 peahens and 2 peacocks. And then spend the rest on alcohol. All right, so 2 picks, 2 battle axes, an iron anvil, rum, beer, plump helmet, pigtail seeds, caveweed seeds, sweet pod seeds, rock nut seeds, dimple cups spawn, prepared naked mole dog lung, clown loach, whatever that is. I'm assuming it's fish. Pig plump helmets, thread, cloth, bags, ropes, etc. And Eurystrian's beast leather quivers. Our starting 7 dwarves, which I will write down now in the doc. Are just let me copy this over. Pilot Vincenti, Squug, Cassiopeia, Liam, and Infinity. So that's all copied over into the doc. We know that everybody's alive. Not actually that many, like, unexpected dwarven deaths. Hopefully everybody dies this time. I don't really subscribe to any proper spelling of dwarves. Every now and again, people will yell at me for spelling dwarves wrong in the wrong context. Generally, if I'm talking about Dwarf Fortress, I will use the word Dwarf, D-O-R-F. Sometimes I'll say D-W-A-R-Fs. But when I'm like, if I'm speaking about a single dwarf, I'll either say D-W-A-R-F without the S, or D-O-R-F. But if I'm talking about plural dwarves, I'll use Tolkien spelling. I don't know. I don't really fall on any side of that discussion. I just kind of use them interchangeably. Maybe I'm a criminal for saying that, but it just seems right here. All right. Embark. I'm going to quickly go use the toilet and check my blood sugar again, because I was low earlier. And then after that, we will get started. I will be right back. You are absolutely criminal. Gods gave us the right to language, and there is only one way to speak it. Yeah, exactly. God taught us how to speak our God-given language, English. Anyway, shall we continue? You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost here for the glory of all. Aren't good. It's Arentekud. There you go. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt plow or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the giant polar bears get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Sicknug Fushur. For sure. The dwelling of cleansing. Strike the earth. Sup, stupid? How we do? I just reading that sentence like is blowing my mind, Infinity. All right, let's pause. Well, at least it's very easy to tell where the evil bit is. Uh-oh. I'm seeing a bunch of R's up there. Oh, ravens. Okay. Obviously an evil biome. Just ravens on the map so far. I don't believe I've ever actually seen pudding stone before in game outside of like pre-constructed areas. Also, it said trees were sparse, eh? I think there are none. Uh-oh. Houston, we have a problem. There's no trees here. Shit. I was waiting for that. Stupid. You always show up and then immediately tell me to do that. Always. Obedience training is stupid. National Trash Day is the most dirty national day. Necromancers do necromancy things all the time. Somehow we struggle while eating hot, sweaty children. What? Delicious brains on fried tricycle snacks. Tomorrow is after last night. Yesterday is over today. Bull riding champions get donkeys for Dwarf stuff. Anyway. Pudding stone. Pudding stone. It claims that there's shallow metals up here, but I don't see any. So we have no idea what the fuck's gonna show up in this side. These non-snow covered areas are evil. Terrifying and haunted, respectively. I do see some flies here. Acorn flies. The heck's an acorn fly? Did you know that acorns can fly, Chad? Because I just learned that. The heck's an acorn fly? I actually want to know. Acorn fly. Getting varying reports as to what an acorn fly is. They grow into orc flies, yes. So the first the first thing I get actually is a link to the DF wiki. They're a type of vermin which spawn around murky pools and savage areas. They can be observed as swarms of around rotting corpses. Unlike regular flies, they do not ever detest unlike regular flies, dwarves do not ever detest acorn flies. Okay. They can be mildly annoyed by them. All acorn flies possess the legendary skill in climbing. Good to know. Not real? Yeah, they must not be. If Dwarf Fortress Wiki is the first thing that pops up, then yeah, no, definitely not real. Well, we found gems already. Welp, I mean, this is already off to a terrible start. For their deafening bzzz. Yes. We're already off to a terrible start. Who's the expedition leader? Liam is the expedition leader. And he is annoyed when caught in a snowstorm, but dreams of crafting a great work of art. Well, I did also say that Liam was going to be the chief medical dwarf. So we're just going to do that. We're also going to make Liam our broker, our bookkeeper, and our manager. Although it's going to take you a little while to actually get that stuff done. Let's see how deep this goes. $174. Well, looks like we're doing caverns then. And then go insane? Yes, but it's not generally the jobs that cause them to go insane. But a lack of downtime can upset a dwarf. Certain dwarves definitely want downtime and breaks and the opportunity to relax. So certainly, yes. The trees migrated south for the winter. I mean, these are trees, not ants. I'm just kind of annoyed that it said sparse trees. All right, let's just let the game play for a second and let's see what happens. So first off, we're on a creek. This is the mouth of a creek right here. Oh, well, that means we got to get the fuck underground. Like now. We know what type of evil biome it is. See if I see it anywhere else. Yeah, this is a we need to get the fuck underground yesterday biome. Because that's a cursed vapor. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of it too. Hopefully it stays in the evil biome. Looks like it's staying in the evil biome. We don't actually know what that'll do. It could do many things. It could make all of the liquids spew out of all of your holes all at once. It could make you into a zombie. It could kill all of us immediately. It could generally not do evil things. Granted, it's staying in the evil biome. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to activity zones, restricted traffic area. All right. I am seeing some grass though, so that's a positive. Just restrict everything over here. Do not go over there, okay, dwarfs? That area is bad. All right. Dwarf? I mean, there's much scarier things than zombie dwarves. All right, well. That's mildly terrifying. Okay, we need to get underground. An Iron Man, yes. Caused by acorn fly farts? No, I'd say that the evil vapor is probably causing the acorn fly. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh. Yep. You know, just a dense bush of staring eyeballs. Snow-covered staring eyeballs. A dense staring eyeball. Clay loam. Mm-hmm. Yes, grass. Perfectly normal staring eyeballs. You know, a wormy tendril. You see, everybody in the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is excited to see, like, dwarves and violence. I just want to see what the evil biomes look like. I'm still waiting on that. Yeah, eyegrass. Mm-hmm. We also don't know what's going to spawn up on this side. Okay. Also, there's aquifers. So, like, you know, this is going to go just fine. No, the hills don't have eyes. The grass has eyes, okay? Totally different, completely unrelated to a certain, like, below average horror movie. Well, there's cotton grass up here, so there's that. This mountain is kind of nice. Okay, let's leave the game on pause a little bit longer, see what else spawns. It's just the ravens. The snow is melting. Yeah. Stone. Yeah. I mean, you know, we're a totally legitimate soap traders. Totally legitimate soap traders. Although I need 2 volunteers to be miners. Pilot and Vin. I mean, soap is going to be very necessary for survival here. Yes, this is true. What about the part that we have no wood? It did say there was going to be sparse trees. Well, let's dig into the aquifer. Gotta wash off the evil vapors. Yeah. Yeah, you bet. I wasn't planning on doing a cavern fort, but I guess that's just the reality. Well, at least they're getting that constructed relatively quickly. Didn't construct those two because there was dwarves in the way. Go figure. Well, they're digging down more, so there's that. I just need more stone. We struck gold opals. What else have we found? Just gold opal? That's nice. Fancy gems. Well, we've dug into granite, so there's that. And also, the aquifer only seems to be 1 sea level deep, which is nice. Let's see what else has spawned. Just ravens. I mean, we've found plenty of... what the heck is Goshenite? We've found plenty of gems. That's not a problem. I have no idea what Goshenite is. Oh, it's a gem. Is that canceled again? Yep. Can I unsuspend that? Yeah, this is the only aquifer layer, really, from the looks of things. So that's pretty nice. Carve up down staircase. No combat yet, so that's good. Yeah, I am wondering about how effective our soap trade ability is going to be. We're still going to be a soap-focused fortress, so we need to have... I think like a goal for today would be to get enough soap makers that they make a soap makers guild. But I don't know if that's going to be possible. Based on the general... let's see what things look like up on the surface now. I mean, it's getting a little nicer. I was kind of hoping we'd make like a kind of happy above ground town with like a haunted perimeter, but yeah, no, I'm wondering about that. It's a gem. I mean, I figured it's a gemstone once it said rough hewn. So it's like a clear... Oh, it's a white beryl. Okay. Colorless, near colorless beryl named after... Okay. Works for me. It's a white sapphire. So a boring sapphire. I mean, we basically just have to go down now until we hit caverns. Like, we don't really have much of an option. Why is it better than a red sapphire? I think any sapphires that aren't blue are weird. I mean, the hope was to sell soap to dwarves. I mean, that's the whole goal of this fort is the only trade good we're allowed to have is soap. So in theory, we should get traders. Things might get interesting if they get caught in those funky clouds at the edge of the map. Please tell me you're having positive thoughts from waterfalls. Yeah, it totally is. This is a very happy dwarf. A little bit of noise after having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug, but satisfied at work, fondness talking with a friend, improving minding, content being remembering being near a waterfall. Okay, so speaking of gems and gemstones, what do you guys think about sky diamonds? What are your thoughts on manufacturing artificial diamonds from the air? Not what? Sky diamonds? You watch Thunderfoot's vid? I have no idea who that is, but I am a fan of a band called Thunderhoof. I did, however, read an article about this. I don't know. I'm all for it. I think this shit's awesome. Still digging. He's a serial theory misprover. Not really my style of content, but fair. Vegan diamonds? Pretty much, yeah. Well, I mean, the diamond industry is fucked up on many levels and probably shouldn't make as much money as it does. But I don't know. I think it's kind of fucking cool. They've been making diamonds without actual diamonds for a very long time. They just need someone to market it better. And cassiterite. Well, I'm on layer 51. We haven't hit a cavern layer yet. Starting to think that we've dug in the wrong place. Soap out of thin air. Isn't that basically how dwarves make anything, though? It just kind of appears. Like, they take two other objects, they jam them together a couple times, those two objects disappear, and then a new one appears? There we go. Well, I mean, most people who are even remotely educated on the subject are very well aware of how common diamonds are stupid, but yes. Of course, it's an empty, muddy, burning trash fire. This soap industry thing is starting to look like it's going to be less and less possible. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing that, let's cancel those. Let's build up downstairs right there. Out of whatever's close by. Yeah, diamonds are actually extremely common, and most of the value of diamonds exists not because of them actually being rare, hard to find, or even remotely valuable. It's because it's a industry that makes a buttload of money, and they want to continue making a buttload of money. Several millions in diamonds in one hand? Several million diamonds, or several million dollars in diamonds? Can you buy me a new computer? That sounds like a real good way to get Pilot fired from his last job. The thing is, like, diamonds were really rare and really valuable at one point, and then we got good at mining. So either those diamonds are real small or you have big hands. One of the two. Pilot. I'm very upset that I haven't actually struck a cavern layer with trees yet. Both. Fucking hell. We might need to abandon ship or a change of plans. Although, aside from the weird blinky grass, oh, those are bilberry bushes, there's actually harvestable foods up here in this spooky biome, which is kind of nice. Two-legged rhino lizard. Oh, would you look at that? It's a two-legged rhino lizard. Or overrated anyway, but I need trees to make soap, which is the whole point of this fort. It said we had sparse trees on the surface. It lied to me. Yay, capitalism, Cassie. Did some great PR. Yep. And convinced everybody that, hey, kids, when you get married, you have to give your life partner a diamond or you're a horrible person. Much cheaper to just get matching tattoos anyway. Much cheaper. Well, my dwarf just fell asleep in the stairwell that they're digging. This is actually, like, bad. I don't need a jewel. There we go. Although I think this is actually the bottom one. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Deep-ass cavern. Holy shit, that's a deep cavern. Oh, good lord, that's a deep cavern. Okay, pause. Stop moving, Dwarf. You didn't do that and she still married you? I did that and I got dumped, so. You know. Glad it works for some people. Let's just let them dig out those upstairs. Well, I like building cavern forts, and this is a nice big deep cavern fort, so. Not actually certain. Is this the lower cavern layer? I think it is. Yeah, because we got goblin caps, fungi wood. All right, well. Project number 1, clear out a space for storage. Also, I'm going to cut out that one tile there so we can peek outside and get more of a visual of where we're going and where we're digging into. And hope nothing too evil spawns in the cavern layer. And then we'll get everything down here and underground. And fortunately, I don't think any of our animals need grass, so we can do a grazing layer up here maybe. With enough time and pressure, anybody can be a diamond. So what you're saying is if we keep up the current work ethics in the games industry, all game developers are going to be diamonds? Man, still can't see shit. What are those? Indigo tourmalines. Called it quits. Decided not to do the thing anymore. And a spooky, ominous cloud has drifted. But yeah, no, it's a pretty legitimate thing. Why invest in an industry that's going to cease existing? I'm like losing track of whether or not you guys are talking about Dwarf Fortress or real life stuff, so I'm just going to assume it's real life stuff so I don't feel like a total dum-dum. All right, so I've got audio. Hello. Hey, hi. How are you doing? I've got dogs, cats, sows, or pigs, and then buttload of poultry. So I need... I mean, yes, we are sort of talking about diamonds. I'm also, like, trying to not send all my dwarves into death. Oh, hey, there's reindeers up on the surface. How pleasant. I really want some wild animals to get caught in those clouds so I know what they do, because I don't actually know what they do currently. Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of lost the through line of the conversation at some point, but that's okay. That's totally fine. A dumb mental crisis. Well, there is no such thing as a dumb mental crisis. Mental crises suck. I mean, that's what we're going to do for Christmas Fort, which I'll start probably on the 15th-ish. Do a holidays fort. I'm thinking it's just going to be a holidays fort, and we're going to bring the elves gifts in the form of murder and stabbing to make all of the murder-happy murder hobos in my chat happy. You're losing your patience playing them because you feel like you can never win. Now, are we talking about proper roguelikes? Or are we talking about, like... Oh, God. Well, maybe we'll find out in a second what happens when it touches things. Nope, not yet. No, I just barely missed the reindeer. Pleasant. We are listening to the Noida soundtrack, yes. I mean, you're not going to win Jupiter Hell after just playing a bit of it, right? In order to win in Jupiter Hell, you need to get good and learn the game, right? They're very much games about trial and error, not really games about winning. You know, I was playing Tome the other day, and somebody in chat said that they just got their first win and they just hit 280 hours, right? So it's like, it's not the kind of genre where you win. It's the kind of genre where you play, you fail, you learn from it and do it again, right? So I don't know. I mean, it's not a genre of game for everybody. Also, should I point out the fact that you said Rouge likes? Or should I just go over that? I guess I did now, but... I don't know. It's not really a genre of game that you can go into and expect to win. It's not that kind of genre. I need a mason's workshop, so I'm just going to place that. You can be a mason. Exactly. It's death and failure is a very real and constant part of the experience. And if that's not for you, that's totally fine. But it's all part of the reason why it's so fucking satisfying when you do win. I need 4 hatch covers, tables, and thrones. Like, trust me, like, I have 190 hours in Caves of Cud. I haven't even gotten close to winning. And I couldn't tell you when I will. I have no idea when I will ever get anywhere near close. No, I've never heard of the game Cogmind. Never. I totally haven't rated the dev multiple times while he's played that game. Of course I've played Cogmind. I own Cogmind. All right. We have a bit more of a view. Popped up in the Steam store. Very good game. Very, very, very good game. Its font choices are very difficult for me to play. Cut as an end. Yep, it has a beat. It has a win condition. Cogmind is one of the better, or if not best, roguelikes in existence right now. Modern ones. It's so fucking good. But it gives me eye strain so fucking fast. Nope. I've never won a cud run. I've gotten like a third of the way to winning a cud run. It has credits. I've seen them. Axon. I love how deep this cavern is. We're going to have to be very careful when getting out there. Although we have to go out there sooner rather than later to go get some trees. Because there's none on the fucking surface. Because the game lied to me. I'm going to put 2 of those granite floor hatches down. 3 of them. I mean, I played ADOM for actual years, and I only got a win once. And the only reason I got that win once was because I read a guide. So, I don't know. There's another cloud of vapor. A troll is fighting? Well, there's a troll right horn. So somehow a troll just fell. God, this like cavern layer is wild. It's so deep. Roguelikes are games for losers. They're games that are very fun if you don't expect to win. If you expect to win, you're going to have a hard time. Oh. The expedition leader, Liam, and Squug have married. Congratulations. I can't wait for one of you to die and the other one to be mortified. I'm happy for the dwarfs. All right, I could very much easily do some really interesting stuff with this fort, construction layout-wise, just because of the way how deep this cavern layer is. That's not getting your shit kicked in. It's learning from your mistakes, you know? Like, how many... Trying to think of an example here. I mean, the common like modern design idea behind a lot of modern video games is hold the player's hand and let them always feel victory, right? That is how games currently are presented to the player. It's hold the player's hand, make it easy for the player, and let the player experience the one thing that the developers wanted the player to experience and get to the end, no problem. Roguelikes are all about, here is a unique experience every time that is operating under the same rule set every time. So it's the same rules, different experience that you're not necessarily designed to win. You're designed to encounter those mechanics and learn from them and learn how to surpass those mechanics. So where you see a loss, I see an experience that I learn from and get better at. And I can't get better at that without the loss, without the failure, without the roadblock. You need to encounter that roadblock in order to continue. And that's what I think is engaging about roguelikes. It isn't the, oh, I'm here to get my shit kicked in. I'm here because I want to learn from this experience. Oh, I totally missed it. I mean, yeah, you can post it in off topic. English language books. I don't read books. I don't read enough books, rather. Like, are you talking about type 1s specifically, Infinity? I mean, my advice to your mother would just be to, like, Google. Yeah, that's a complicated question for me to answer because I actually don't have an answer for you in regards to book form stuff, especially in German. So I don't know. I would, if she's talking about type 1 specifically, tell her to look into JDRF International, which is just the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation. If you need resources, they'd be the ones that could get you resources. If she's specifically talking about type 1. I have no idea about type 2. Yes, except you don't have to pay every single time you enter into them. It certainly has similar hooks, though. And Pablo Rasta, hello. Happy Saturday. Sorry for kind of ignoring that line. I certainly saw that pop in. Endorphins guide you through. Yep. You need that dopamine hit of winning. Let's deconstruct the wagon. And there still isn't a brewery. Well, we started with 45 beer. We've used quite a bit of it. I don't have the ability to grow anything, so yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. I need a dwarf with architecture. Let's just place these tables. And the thrones. What's the plans for today's fort? Well, the only export we're allowed to have is soap. So, good question. Because, we're in a spooky biome. And we've had to go down to Cavern Lair because the Embark lied to me. It said there was trees in the Embark. There's certainly no trees here. So... yeah. It's frustrating. Troll fat soap. Can you make... You can't butcher trolls, so I don't think you could make troll soap. No, that's what all the livestock here is for. Problem being that I have to pasture them somewhere. So we have chickens, we have peacocks, we have turkeys, we have ducks, we have geese, pigs. We had to dig down to layer 100 something to actually find trees. All right, so I'm going to build a granite bridge out of granite blocks. Also need mechanisms. And that means I need another dwarf who can do mechanics. Squag, I'll also give you wood cutting. And carpentry. I mean, I won't take anything in this fort for granite, frankly, because there's a high chance it'll be made of granite. Why would they glow in the dark? Unless your soap was radioactive. Why would they glow in the dark? I'm confused by that question. All right. Let's do pig sten. Pig sten? Pig pen. So that can be our pig pen. We'll do a few different poultry pens. I'll just have to kill the cows that pulled the wagon. Because, well, they're not going to be made happier anytime soon by, you know, starving in the caverns. And I'm certainly not going to just put them out into the caverns. I was wondering what you were on about, Waidu. You're the second person to do that today. I just kind of figured it was like some offhanded comment that I missed from earlier in chat, but no worries. Second person to do that today, though. The whoops, wrong chat thing. Which is kind of funny. Thanks, Audio. But Audio, I guess kind of at the end of the day, with Jupiter Hell specifically, that game is brutal. It really genuinely is brutal. Play on easy. If it's a bit much, turn off the music and pick a chiller soundtrack and just learn one run at a time, you know? Don't go into the game expecting to win, because you won't. Go into the game expecting to learn something. Learn about a new enemy type. Learn about something that you haven't encountered before in the game. Discover a new enemy type. Discover a new gun. Maybe try out a new area and see what enemies spawn there. It's a game about small incremental improvements, not a game about winning. Hi, Jack. I'm feeling aight. Blood sugar's been all over the place. I had a very... I didn't actually talk about this much, but I had a very unproductive day yesterday. Like, I always try and be productive on my Fridays because it's like, it's my day off of streaming, but it's also like my one day to get like grown-up stuff done. I wasn't productive in the slightest. I slept. I napped. I did some meal prep. I listened to a bunch of records, and I slept some more. And I missed a bunch of important phone calls because I slept through them. which is, great. It's fine. They'll call back later. But like, it was not a particularly productive day, but it was good. I rested. I actually had a day off, which was nice. Well, I mean, also, like, keep in mind, you only just picked the game up when, right? Chatty makes it really... Yeah, because Chatty just operates like IRC, right? It's just got tabs. But, audio, you only just picked the game up, right? Like, you literally only just started playing Jupiter Hell, correct? Because if you literally only just started playing it yesterday, you're not going to win your first time through, especially. But, just set the game to easy and just learn. Learn. You're talking in general? I mean, have you ever actually played a proper roguelike? Because here's like a thing about my genuine frustrations about non-traditional roguelites, like the games that have progression in them. And that's the games that have power progression, which is the majority of those games, are designed for you to lose until you've grinded up enough power progression, which frustrates the fuck out of me. Because it's like, hey, lose and bash your head against this thing that's really hard that your character is literally too weak to beat the final boss for a while until you've grinded up enough ability to be good enough to beat the game. That frustrates the fuck out of me. A game like Jupiter Hell where the game's hard from the get-go, but you could in theory beat the game in your first run if you know how to play that type of game, that's cool, and I like that. Like, I am actively significantly more annoyed by games that I know I can't beat them my first... Oh, I don't like Rogue Legacy in particular. I never got into Rogue Legacy. I tried and wanted to like it, but no, I never got into Rogue Legacy for that exact reason. All right. You're working on mechanics. You're working on blocks. Just go to the boss. I mean, that would require me owning a Nintendo console, but sure. So for those of you who don't know, my phone provider sends me texts once or twice a week with coupons. They're fucking annoying, and I hate them. They just sent me one, and my phone's spam filter caught it, going, potential spam. Should we block this content? Yes, please. Sometimes they're good coupons. It's very rare that they're good, though. I just think that that's funny, especially because I know I've verbally complained about how often they send me that shit before on this stream. All right. But yeah, no, audio, I wouldn't feel bad if you run into those kinds of roadblocks with the genre, at least initially. Like, realize you are playing one of the longest standing genres that also at the same time is completely different than most modern genres, almost entirely, in every single concept. So, they're not easy games to get into. In fact, they're very difficult games to get into. That's granite. The game also lied to me and said that there was a dirt layer. Is there not? Yeah. This embark has lied to me on almost every front. I feel cheated. Okay, well that bridge is done, so that's good. Okay. Need a lever, which I'm gonna put over here. It's an evil biome. You're not wrong. It is indeed an evil biome. I mean, I find games like Jupiter Hell very cathartic, right? But I also approach that style of game very similar to a lot of things in life, you know? When you try and learn a skill, you're not going to be good at it the first time you do it, right? When you try and play the piano, you're not going to be able to play a piano sonata the first time you play it, right? You're not going to be able to play a concerto the first time you play it. You'll learn maybe like a basic 4x4 chord and how to maybe play a scale, and you'll do it with incorrect finger patterns. But if you keep at it, eventually you'll play that scale correctly. And you'll learn the different scales. You'll learn the names of the keys. You'll eventually learn how to read music. It's kind of similar when playing a roguelike. And this is why I like roguelikes. It's because the first time you play it, you're going to bonk into a wall and die to something stupid. You're going to feel like an idiot. But then you know how to avoid that the next time. You'll eventually learn that, oh, well, the game gives me tools to avoid that. But it's up to the trial and error of learning how to avoid that. It's why losing is fun is in Dwarf Fortress, because you're gonna fucking die, but that's part of the fun. There are no trees in any of the corners of the upper layer, because I already looked. But there are trees in the caverns, so we'll be using these cavern trees. But that also means that Cavern Fun is gonna have access to the fort. But the best part is I need to go out into the caverns in order to keep my animals alive and have somewhere to pasture them. So this will be fun. Yeah, they really meant sparse trees. Watch there be like one tree on the surface that I've missed. Like a single tree. I also need to dig out there for farming. Wait, what? Why are you destroying a building? What building are you going to go destroy? Oh, that. Okay, you're gonna go destroy the wagon. Yeah, that makes sense. Huh, there's a Gorlak. Yeah, trees are all trees. And they care about all trees. All right, let's get these hacked down. And jump back up to where I'm building that lever. I mean, it doesn't really matter because the elves are already at war with me, right? Let's get that stuff all mined out so I have a clear view. Although I might just block this lower area off. Elves are fine. Elves get a bad rap because they are sometimes extremists. Just like vegans can get a bad rap. They're good people. They just... People overinflate their sensibilities and kind of sucks. Such a steep cavern lair. Against soap. It's got nothing to do with soap. They're just friends of nature. They don't like things that destroy nature. Dwarves inherently destroy nature. Such a deep, open cavern. All right, let's just make a wood stockpile because this is going to be very important. Uh-oh, there's a troll in the middle of everything. And it's punching stuff. See dwarves fighting with the troll. This is not good. Come on, dwarves. Well, it's a bleeding troll now. I don't even have trees yet. Or I don't even have beds yet, let alone a hospital. All right, troll, you just leave out the front door. That's fine. That is totally fine, troll. I'm just going to fill these in. On this side. Can't really speak for the other side. So let's just go down here and see where this goes. I mean, of course, trolls could still climb over this, but hopefully they won't. All right. I'm hoping that that troll just kind of pieces out. It's running up and out. Looks of things. All right, troll. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. Escape to the surface. Don't you love it when the local flora and fauna stares at you? And it just left. Perfect. Goodbye, troll. Hopefully you didn't really injure anybody too much. One of my turkeys looks mildly upset, but... Let's also build a carpenter shop, which I will make out of that. Not the poor troll. I can't make troll soap because I can't butcher trolls. So no troll soap incoming. Sorry to disappoint once again. It's the second time I've said that today, though. I mean, not really, no. But as somebody who is legally blind, visually impaired, if you will, let me just remind you that it does actually kind of annoy me when I hear people describing themselves as blind when they can't see something or miss something. It's sort of like saying that somebody is autistic when they say something stupid. It's kind of a, does it bother me? No, but it can in the wrong context. So Twitch didn't do anything. Twitch more just accepted a fact that I've been aware of for a lot longer than most people. So if you're just here to be a piece of shit, cool. But poor you. At the end of the day. Twitch is just educating people on facts that have existed for a long time that most people just choose to ignore. On LASIK helping me out? See, LASIK makes Okay. So what LASIK does is LASIK fixes nearsightedness, farsightedness, that kind of like visual blurring. Can't actually fix visual field problems. Cannot bring back eyesight that doesn't exist. Then why are you here? Bastet's question still stands. Considering the only things you've said in my channel are, you poor guy, Twitch just made the word blind offensive. Waiting for Evelyn to go live to watch her play that game, at Bastet. Peace, man, you have a good one. Peace, cunt, you get banned. Get the fuck out of my chat, you worthless piece of garbage. People. Is that actually your ex? That's way too funny. If that's true. They seem nice, yeah. Not that I'm being particularly nice, but I don't really care. I don't really like being pitied. All right, Liam, we're going to give you farming because I need somebody farming. I also need butchery and tanning and plant gathering on you. This is a piece of work. So you're not joking. Wow. That's interesting. 47 minutes until investments are open again. Just wow. You don't want to dirty your hands like this? I mean, the jobs go hand in hand, so... Ah, it's fine. He didn't miss much. Infinity. Whoa. That's quite the cloud. At least it kind of ends at the edge of the biome. They're actually really freaky. Have you never seen them before? You've never seen a cursed vapor? It's a haunted / terrifying biome, so I'm not actually sure which one is causing the vapor, but they both seem to have it. One of them is haunted and one of them is terrifying. I need more granite. I'm also like out of granite, which kind of sucks. All right, well, I guess we'll use hornblende. That's fine. I also will need roofing for this whole thing. I need this to be big enough to let caravans in. I also need roofing on this, which we don't currently have yet. Need to do more studying? Don't worry about it. Honestly, I would say these spooky embarks are not the hardest embarks to do. The hardest embarks to do are Untamed Wilds biomes, in my opinion. Because those are the those are the ones where you get the really big kind of spooky creatures. So yeah, in my opinion, those are the toughest ones. These spooky ones like this often end up just being kind of anticlimactic, if that makes sense. They often end up being kind of, oh, well, hide underground, because that's all I can really do. We are running low on alcohol. Also, Liam, you're a doctor who hasn't actually had to do any doctoring yet, so you're a doctor with no skill in doctoring. And okay, that's the scariest thing we've seen today. Giant Kias. Giant Kias and giant wombats. I've got so much building and construction that we're trying to get done. Watch one of them run off with an anvil. Actually, I need to just really quick construct one of these. Out of anything. Doesn't matter what. Cassie, we're just going to give you weaponsmithing so that you can go construct a building. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, we got a lot that needs to be due. So fingers crossed we can get it all done. Got a lot of busy dwarves. I don't even have beds yet. Cute green demolition parrots. I like it. That's very true. They are kind of cute. They're also green, and they're very much demolition parrots. Well, we're definitely cleansing this dwelling with something. Oh, another thing that I should build upon this surface. One of these. We'll see you later, cutest. Thanks for swinging by briefly today. We'll see you when we see you. Hopefully not right when I'm ending. We are almost out of food and almost out of alcohol. All right, well then. Taking you off of hauling and, and off of other jobs, Liam, because I need you to get some stuff farming. Because I desperately need those farm plots done. Desperately. It's becoming a very real problem. Oh, are you from the part of the world that unfortunately has Kias? Did I get C? No, I didn't. Yes, I did publish my Minesweeper VOD on YouTube. and it hasn't had a single dislike yet, and people just seem to be quite excited about the fact that I'm playing Minesweeper. One person told me to calm down there, Bill Gates, and somebody else posted a better score. So I have inspiration to beat. I wonder if Russia blocks Minesweeper videos. I doubt it, but here's the link. I mean, it got 150 views, which is fine. Hold on. Where's that video? I need to find... I have a video for you. Why do? Here's a very good video of Kias in their natural habitat, deconstructing a car for some reason. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening in that video, Debris Field. Is they're like ripping the ceiling out of a car. Spring has arrived. There's so much vermin in that evil biome. We don't even have beds yet, and we've been here for 2 seasons. We're almost out of drink. Let's make a still, which we will place right here. Fill those in, and those holes in. Fill that in. 2 pieces of flooring in there. We'll get those filled in. Get all that filled in. And that filled in. And that filled in. And that filled in. Excellent. Liam is taking forever to plant seeds, but... All right, outside of that, I also need you to do brewing. So we should get our first supply caravan in the fall because we're into spring now. Which means we might actually... These plants are horrible. How are you actually doing? Frustrated after being unable to practice a craft. You're very upset about kind of everything. You're very upset. You're not a very happy dwarf. You know what? Let's do this, because this will speed up our stuff real quick. I'm going to suspend all of the construction. I do, however, need to get that still constructed. Hey, Warm Shadow, how you doing? Which means most people should be hauling stuff into stockpiles. Let's unsuspend the construction of that still. There we go. All that stuff's getting hauled over. Perfect. Just waking up. I'm all right. That's about what I would describe myself as. I'm all right. Not the best, not the worst. What is that bee? Oh! Oh my. Dwarfs, you might want to move away. It just grabbed some food and ran away. What did you grab? Naked bulldog lung. Giant polar bear just yoinked some of our food. Welp. Good shit. All right, so we're almost out of food. You don't need to apologize for them. They're banned. It's all good. It's best to just leave the subject in the dust where it should be. Nope, certainly not what I was expecting to have happen either. I was expecting much worse things to happen. Oh my god! It appears to just be on the upper layer above my stuff. We still don't know what those clouds are gonna do. Terrifying haunted soap maker's fort. Although more just terrifying and haunted than a soap maker's fort. We haven't actually made any soap yet. In fact, we've only just started making beds and we've been here for 2 seasons. Hey, wait, what's up? Time for a brave explorer? No. Maybe a cat. We'll throw a cat into it. What the heck is that? Oh, it's sand. Oh, lovely. So we are the same faction, Warm Shadow, as that thieves group that we embarked with in the same area, and the whole goal is to be a totally honest, legitimate soap dealer's fort. Although I'm starting to wonder if that's gonna be possible at all. Totally honest and legitimate soap dealer's fort. But like, you know, we'll see. But we've dug down into the caverns, which are... Uh-oh. Gonna be fun when we collide with the Dwarven radar over there on that side. And I'm kind of hoping that Liam will finish planting seeds sooner rather than later and be able to, you know, come down here and brew us some alcohols. I need the yak, the camel. Can go there. But the biome is like spewing out these weird clouds of urine-colored poison, which we don't actually know what they do yet. Hey, Shad, what's up? We actually have no idea what they do yet. So it might be zombification. It might just make all of the liquids come out of your body all at once, out of any hole that your body may have. It might make your flesh rot off. Why do you have everything? Well, here's the thing, right? You have some very specific jobs. Jobs that you have acquired over a very long career. Maybe it's ale. I mean, I doubt it. All right. Brew from plant. Bright side, we already have baby animals to make into soap. It's never ale. It's never going to be ale. Let's just get some beds placed. I'm just gonna start making buckets. So I'm gonna need them. Haunted. But here's the thing. Haunted can do lots of things, and it won't do all of the things. So Haunted can be like, yay, it's raining blood. It can also be like, yay, it's raining vomit and blood. It could be, yay, it's raining blood and has undeadifying mist. Maybe it has deadifying mist. Maybe it just resurrects corpses for no reason. It could be lots of things. In other news, we really need to finish this. Could be many things. Having all the seeds down here is going to speed this stuff up dramatically. All right, Liam. Unfortunately, as much as I really want you to do literally everything, because of the distance that you're having to run, I can't actually have you doing literally everything. So Infinity, you're doing that. Squug, you've also got woodworking. Squug, let's take you off of woodworking and give you brewing. And remove you from hauling. So after you're done making that wooden bucket, dormitory. There we go. We now have 2 beds that people can sleep in. Could it? I didn't actually know that. Can they become, like, intelligent undead from that? Could just be acid, which is the one that is, like, it makes all of the liquids come out of their body all at once from every single hole in their body. Skin, mouth, ears, nose, eyeballs, you know, all that funs. All right, well, we're out of alcohol, so that part's fun. All right, let's just cross our fingers and wait. In the one Krug Smash video, I watched that video probably 2 years ago, so if it's the cult one from before Honeystoker, that was a long time ago. So I can't remember. Sorry, but my memory's pretty good. It's not that good. All right. Let's do upstairs and then downstairs on the upper level. Now they're just awkwardly walking while sober. Here's the thing. We already have more alcohol. He brewed more. So just kind of got to keep that brewing. The problem is we're in range of the tower, and the tower might start sending dwarves. Or it might start sending stuff to kill my dwarves. Yay, we got that forge built, so those stupid giant Kias can't steal my shit. It's an odd place to get seeds from. Well, we're definitely going to be a fancy soap maker, considering the fact that we're setting up a fortress in a very dangerous, spooky place. So the archive streams are perfect for you. I'm glad that I can archive them on YouTube. Although the Twitch archives are going to get periodically deleted potentially, just to avoid DMCA risks. Like, I get stuff claimed on YouTube all the damn time, which is like, meh, whatever, it happens. But on Twitch, if stuff gets claimed, that's bad. Big Bog, hey shitpost. What's up, dude? Yeah, there was a funky little impromptu hype train earlier. So cheers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. I seem to recall seeing you a whole bunch in Italix's stream during the Tato challenge, so welcome to my weird neck of the woods. More of that accursed vapor. The map's just vaping at us. This whole area is restricted, but the only time it really spooked me was when it spawned on my construction. Oh my, indeed. You know what's also oh my? It's like, you see these zeros here, right? You know, those are totally normal, like, fucking dense, staring eyes. Wormy tentacles. Tendrils. More wormy tendrils. Chalk pebbles. Clay loam. More dense, staring eyeballs. More snow-covered, dense, staring eyeballs. Wormy tendrils. More wormy tendrils and more dense eyeballs. This is normal. Yeah, well. Totally normal. Nothing out of the ordinary to see here. Alright, well, dwarves are storing stuff and making more stuff. Let's make a butcher shop real quick. Just jam it up there. At the very least, we can make sure we'll have food. I've already got puppies, so that's good. Have eye snacks? I don't think you can actually harvest the eyeballs. Not that I've really tried, but I don't think you can. On the bright side, we're actually getting stuff, like, done, which is good. Let's gather more plants. And get you brewing more plump helmets. How about cave wheat? Let's go to the kitchen menu. Well, we don't want you cooking plump helmets, Spawn. I have no plump helmets. This is fine. I mean, let's see. Can I harvest them? I don't think you can. Like I said, I've never tried. Nope, you can't harvest them. All right, well, now we have a bunch of meat, so at least the dwarves have food. All right, why can't I place multiple ramps? Oh, that's why. I had caps lock on. I was like, why are the buttons not working? What? Problem discovered, sorted, and solved. Beer with the eyeball. I mean, it would be very Treasure Planet, that's for sure. So let us make kind of a nice sloped roof. Why am I worrying about making sloped roofs in a fortress such as this? Good question. I don't have an answer for you. But I'm doing it. Treasure Planet, quietly the best animated film ever made, or up there with the best animated film ever made. My desire to be fancy will doom us all. Treasure Island is a 10 out of 10 book, and Treasure Planet is a 10 out of 10 movie. I got your 4 basic food groups: beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard. It's probably one of my favorite lines in any movie, just ever. You're sad it kind of flopped. Disney put that movie out to die. At least I think it was Disney. Why am I suddenly like questioning whether or not that was Universal or DreamWorks? I think it was Disney. Yeah, that's Atlantis that went out to flop because of Disney. No, but Treasure Planet flopped because like it's a hard movie to market. Never saw Treasure Planet? It's a good movie. It's up there with Atlantis for great like kind of like steampunky weirdness. Yeah, also you're right. I totally did throw the line from Atlantis in there. You're completely correct. Treasure Planet was the thing with the eyeballs and the soup and the weird flubber like critter that Morphe that just becomes stuff. Great movie. Not much of an animated film person, but those are the two that I genuinely like to this day. Should probably make a chair and assign my broker to it. Who's Liam? Having a manager would be really nice. Yeah, it's an old family recipe of weird, creepy eyeball food. Do it now. I like that my miners just haven't had time to do any mining because we're doing way too much construction. Although, fortunately, we are just barely keeping the fortress alive. Hunchback of Notre Dame is such a... It's a work of art because it's not even remotely a kid's film. In the guise of a kid's film. It's kind of the same reason why I love Grave of the Fireflies, which is, again, not a kid's movie. Anybody who's seen Grave of the Fireflies will know. Not a fucking kids movie. Very much a movie for grown-ups. in the guise of a kid's film. Hunchback of Notre Dame absolutely was a musical. Absolutely. Utterly wonderful movie. You know, now that you mention it, Gate Nerd, I would watch an animated Stargate. I would 100% watch an animated Stargate. You know, stupid, you are not missing out on much. I will be... Like, it's totally fair to not have watched much Disney stuff. Disney makes a lot of trash. But yeah, no, I would gladly watch an animated Stargate. I mean, you could get him to do voicing. You know, like, and in regards to the beat-for-beat remake of Stargate, there's also the other, like, statement of there's only so many stories we can tell, right? Like, it's really interesting actually looking into the archetypes of the number of stories that we are actually capable with telling in, like, human literature. It's actually kind of interesting when you look into how limited we are to the number of stories that we can tell. I mean, all actors are retired until they get offered enough money, so... Alrighty, well, at least we have some alcohol. Help. Here's the thing. Dwarf Fortress seems to have unlimited story potential, but it doesn't. Even in Dwarf Fortress, no matter how weird some of the outcomes are, you see a lot of echoes from world to world. Like, they're all definitely Dwarf Fortress generated worlds. Like, no matter how unique and interesting a DF world is, I can find parallels from world to world. If you stare at at DF history enough, you will start to see the parallels. And they will be noticeable. Not saying every dwarf in Dwarven World and Dwarf Fortress is alike, but you will certainly see parallels. All right. I will BRB 2 seconds. I need to do something real quick. Can I be honest when I say that I can't stand MacGyver? Cannot stand that sheet. Good lord. I got 40 YouTube subscribers yesterday. YouTube just updated with up-to-date stats. It's actually wild. You absolutely can. Here's the thing. A lot of people would not be so happy if I say I dislike a thing that they like. All right. I've got... I just had to get my stuff ready for lunch. I want my insulin to be room temperature, though, before I stab myself with it. Never put anything in your body that isn't room temperature because holy motherfuck, it hurts. Not a whole lot, Picture Point. How's you? Squog, so with the other one, with the old command, Squog, I always wanted to like say hi to you immediately when you put it in. When you use that command, I just want to like stop talking for a second. What movie you watching? We'll see you later, Liam. But not a whole lot, Picture Point. Just avoiding the stresses of day-to-day living. As we all are. See, I like A-Team. I also like Knight Rider. Can live without MacGyver, though. I like A-Team enough that I actually liked the new A-Team movie, too. I thought that thing was decent. It's certainly not old A-Team, but it was definitely a fun movie. Mostly just because I like every single actor they had on that cast, so I was kind of, like, predisposed to like it. I have become haggard. I became haggard several years ago, in fact, due to the stresses of day-to-day living. I actually have a remix of the theme song for Knight Rider on cassette. For reasons. It's part of a compilation collection I have. Any of those? Castle in the Sky. It's my favorite. It's my favorite Ghibli movie. So, Picture Point. We are trying to make a fortress that focuses on making soap. What about MASH? Never got into MASH. But I've also never really sat down and watched a lot of MASH. I've seen plenty of, like, reruns of half of episodes of MASH, but I never really sat down and watched it, so I don't really have a firm opinion on MASH. It's just kind of, MASH exists, I think. See, I have a problem with Nausicaa, and that's, Nausicaa is a great movie, but the graphic novel is 45,000 times better, and the movie rewrites a lot of the storylines and characters from the graphic novel. I read the graphic novel first, so it makes me kind of dislike the movie.
Keep up the content. Happy holidays.
I'm glad that you're content with me keeping up on the content. Wait. It's good to see you, Euthris. I'll have you know, your dwarf in the really, really, really long fort, Euthris, recently passed away, right? And has had not one, but 8 artifacts dedicated to him by your different children, which is kind of adorable. You passed away of old age and are buried with your wife, but people keep on making artifacts and dedicating them to you, which I think is amazing. What a legend indeed. Thank you very much for the 17 months. It's good to have you back. Jack, can I get a big-ass proper round of beers in the chat for Euthris, keeping that subscription alive for a goddamn long time? You didn't die horribly? I mean, that fortress is pretty stable in the not dying horribly sector. So the only thing we're allowed to trade is soap. I don't have no soap yet. We're going to be getting traders soon. The dead haven't walked, so hide hasn't happened yet, so that's nice. I'm just going to stop you from doing that for a second and let you... Yes, go work on that bridge. Sort of dwarf... I mean, sometimes dwarves die horribly, but you can also have, like, a long life without dying horribly. Although Peter Selly died pretty horribly. Peter Selly died due to getting dropped off of the walkway by Mom. What, the beer emote? I mean, just make your own beer emote, but yes, you are totally allowed to make your own beer emote. In fact, I would make your beer emote work with my beer emote, so you type in beer and you get more beer. Who doesn't want to, like, beer the bot and get given more beer? It's like the closest thing we have to drowning in alcohol. So yours been a real roller coaster? That's one way to put it, yeah. You know what I am super duper looking forward to? On the 7th, my province is lifting our current isolation order. Assuming they actually lift it, we'll know as of what? I think Monday? Anyway, which means there's going to be a massive spike in cases. And all of a sudden, a lot of people are going to get sick, and it's going to be means for panic again. But what it means is that hopefully I'll have like a couple day-long window where I can go hang out with some friends. So I need to like see somebody. I just need to shake someone's hand. Like someone I know is not going to get me sick immediately. There's just yak fat. Excellent. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that there will be a few days where I could just go hang out with somebody. So if I like abruptly just be like, chat, sorry, taking tomorrow off, gonna go hang out with a friend, it's because I need to go hang out with a friend. And that might happen sometime in the next 2 weeks. Do I have any soapstone? God, I wish. That would have been way too perfect. Actually, is there soapstone in India? How's the soap business doing? Terrible. We haven't even started. Plenty of livestock, though. We had to dig all the way down to the 3rd cavern layer to actually find trees. So the process of getting ash has been slow. People got worried that stuff would run out in grocery stores, so they bought a lot of it. Toilet paper was one of the things that they bought a lot of because they were worried about them running out in grocery stores. There really isn't much else to explain. Oh, also this happens. Up on the surface. Which is slightly terrifying. Does the toilet paper thing make sense now? Because that's kind of the whole explanation. It's really not that exciting or complicated. Also, I'm going to stop storing furniture up here. Oh, hey, there's a human in my fort. You're Uthrazinga. Sculptured recluses. You've got a copper crossbow. What are you? I'm just a crossbowman. It's trying to attend a meeting. There you go, Liam. You actually have your chair now. Artificial lack of inventory caused by people panic buying, so there's never lack of toilet paper in the warehouses. It ran out into the stores, moving in to buy it all and hoard it. Yeah, no, exactly. It's just people being stupid and hoarding things they don't need. I mean, ever since lockdown has started, and every single time there's been other lockdowns, you could look up who this person is if you want. Stone, this human crossbowman. But every single time panic buying starts, my grocery store sells out on bread for a couple of days. And it's happened every single small lockdown. And 2 weeks later, on the dot, I go down to the garbage room in the basement of my building to take out my trash or whatever, and it's just full of bread. Because the fucking morons don't freeze it or do anything, and it molds like bread does, and then they throw it all out. I went downstairs 2 days ago to take out some cardboard, because I had cardboard and I needed to fold it and put it in the cardboard bin, right? The dumpster next to the cardboard bin was full of pastries and pies and shit. All moldy. Someone just panic bought a shit ton of like pastries and baked goods, I guess. People are brilliant. It was a bread bin, I guess. I think this human crossbowman wants to join us. That saddens you? That's what saddens you? Man. I'm saddened by much more stuff than just that by this year, but... Sculptured recluses. Wishes to live here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. I mean, I have 3 loaves of frozen bread in my freezer right now. Can we get a beer in chat for the loss of brain cells? Chat, can we get a beer in chat for loss of brain cells? Panic buying bread is a tragedy? Panic buying is a tragedy. Because grocery stores have never closed here. So what do you think, chat? Do we let this human into the fort? Just because they're named Stone? To Sut Bottlebolt. I wish it was Battlebolt, not Bottlebolt. Baker Assaults? That is a good name. Human Fortress? Having one human in your fortress makes it a human fortress? Then I guess so. They are worthy? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Welcome to the fortress, you're... And you know what? We're going to translate that name. Feels gratitude after being granted residency. Felt pleasure after being near a fine floor hatch. Sad after being separated from a loved one. 60 years old. Has several children. Quite a few kids, actually. Oh, that is Rock? Okay, well then, hold on. I will give you the proper name then. I can't type. Dwayne! No, Rock. There you go. Some dwarves have arrived. Nobody named yet. Led, Catan, a Gelder. Looks like it's just the 4 of them. All right, you know what? I'm going to go get lunch. And then we're going to continue working on this cold, spooky biome, and we can get all these dwarves named and whatnot. All right? So so what you're saying is he's not very good at his job. That's okay. That is a-okay in my opinion. All right. So I'm going to go get me food. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to use them and abuse them. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out so far. I am going to pause the game, though, as this is a spooky biome, and I don't want to run out of food. I will be back in a couple of minutes. You can go somewhere if you want, but if you stick around, you'll get more dwarfs when I get back. BRB. I like the name The Fresh Faith. I like to think the Fresh Faith worships fresh fragrances, which is why they came to the fortress of fresh dwarven soap, which has been very unsuccessful so far. We've been here almost a year, haven't made any soap. But things are getting a little bit more done now. Hi, Hobo. Yeet. Sup, man. Hey, man, what's better than a new life coming into this world? You know what I mean? Very chill, much relax. Chat, how's stream been? Hope stream's been good. You mean my front lawn, Warm Shadow? There we go. Fly with long legs? Huh. Korlak is fighting. Uh-oh. Oh, it fell into a tree. Yep. It fell. So this is a very deep cavern layer, and I feel like I'm seeing more and more people fall every time. But anyway, we have 3 dwarves that need naming. So if you weren't in the first fortress in this world, let me know. We can give you a name. If you were in the first fort, I will give you a slightly different variation on that name. People from the first fort were Ghost, Laura, Sasspot, Little Grim Reaper, Patolus, Stone, Cappy, Hobo, Gimper, and Warm Shadow. You've never been in a fort? Well, here's a good time to start. You feel satisfied at work. She was uneasy after being unable to pray to Risen, the tax of treasurers, for too long. We need to look into the gods of this world. You finished up some work, and that was satisfying. 89 years old, born on the 22nd of Malachite in the year 229. You have 2 children, and you worship a lot of gods. You personally consider craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and you don't respect society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. And you were put off by raising a family, but dream of creating a great work of art. She has an overbearing personality, is often lustful, and doesn't focus on material goods. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is quite comfortable with others, that have a different appearance or culture. She is quite ambitious and is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated. She often lowers her eyes when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Hey man, what's a grilled cheese sandwich without a little bit of burning? All right, well, we got a few more dwarves. Lytast. We're just gonna give you. We'll give you lye making. I need a wood burner. I mean, getting a dwarf named for you is basically the equivalent of getting your palm read. It's just vague enough that it seems accurate, but avoids the truth enough that everybody can relate. It's part of the beauty of it, honestly. Burning things can indeed be fun, yes. Also, does anybody else feel like kind of embarrassed to post their cooking in the cooking Discord after that whole roasted fish was posted? Because good goddamn, I haven't made anything that looks that good in a long time. I should just make a whole roasted salmon and just be like, yo, what up, bitch? I could do that, but that would require me cooking the entirety of a salmon all at once instead of just like salmon fillets like I normally do. How you doing, King? It's good to see you. Wait, what would like to be dwarfed? Wait, what? He was interested near a fine seat, annoyed when caught in the snowstorm, interested near a fine table, and interested near a fine seat. Sometimes feels sad at being separated from loved ones. Is 17 years old. Damn, you're a child born on the 6th of Imitite, near 301. He personally values loyalty, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, sometimes considers spending time alone more important than associating with others. Is slow to anger, brave in the face of imminent danger, and can handle stress. Sometimes acts without deliberation and tends to be passive in discussions. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and is a noticeable lack of perseverance. Isn't given to flights of fancy and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Hello, Pi. How are you? I hope you are doing well, Pi. Those are going to be our animal livestock spots, and I'm well aware that we've hit that with Dwarven Radar, but I don't know that, so we're going to be digging into another thing over there. All true. Every single thing that you just read about my dwarf. All facts. All of it. I mean, of course you have to say hello to chat. Okay, let's make 3 wood furnaces. I don't know how many wood burners I have, if any. Dear Fisher Dwarf, you can be a wood burner. Unironically good. Is it possible to feel ironically good? Why are they right to be sad about Saigon? You just haven't cooked anything worth posting recently. Yeah, I've been eating a lot of chickpeas and rice, so my food looks really boring but tastes really good. Also, there's people who are very much allergic to vegetarian and vegan food on my Discord, so I've just kind of... And unless there's, like, a giant slab of meat, I'm just not going to post it. Because nobody understands what vegetarian or vegan food looks like. Unfortunately, meat doesn't keep as well as veggies and dried goods and that sort of stuff does, so... I've just been eating less meat recently. So you can't stick around long? You'll try and pop in along earlier next time? Ah, it's all good. You do what you gotta do, Pi. If you gotta go to bed, you go to bed. Go get some sleep. Take care of yourself, especially if it makes you feel unironically good. Let's just get this done, because I need this roofing done. So we're just going to use granite. It's going to take them 10,000 years to build it, but worth it. Yeah, sounds like it's the wrong Saigon. Yeah, that would make sense. All right, well, once we're done digging through all of this, I'm gonna take you off of other jobs. Just let you do hauling and mining, because I need you to do a bunch of mining. I think this over here on the side, on the left side, is going to become our tavern. This over here and this, or one of these two is going to become a temple. But we still have a lot of that space to finish mining. Then we're going to do poultry, livestock, dogs. And most of the dogs are going to be made into soap. Most of the pigs are going to be made into soap. But some of the dogs are going to be allowed in as pets. And we just got interrupted by a crundle, supposedly. I don't see any crundles, though, just a kitten. Oh, that's a lot of crundles. Holy shit, look at all those crundles. They're all just, like, hanging out there underneath that tree. We're kind of like underneath their fort. It's like they're all trying to path over to me, maybe. Yeah, they're literally just like seeing them from across the map. That's kind of funny. So much metal that is completely useless to me in this world. Roof channel and roof fleshy. Room fleshy. Yeah, still grows. Something just got splattered. Was that a crundle? Oh, it was a crundle. Well, would you look at that? The Monster Slayer seems to have done some work. Flying bolt strikes the crundle in the left lower leg, fracturing the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack. So congratulations to our Monster Slayer, who's never killed anything, because they've officially now killed something. So good for them. Is one of these a crundle? That's a kitten. Yeah, no, just kittens. Is that a kitten or a crundle? Yeah, Slayer's no longer useless. Oh. Where are you trying to climb down? How are you climbing down there? Oh, you're climbing up. Where are you trying to go? And how are you trying to go there? You know you can go get food, you dumb human. So, you may have spoke too soon, Waidu. Alright, dumb human. Cancels eat, interrupt by Crundle. But is like jumping up onto that upper level up there for some reason. Also, why are dwarves now jumping up there? What is actually happening? Okay, you know what? Hold up. Let's make a ramp up right there. Because what the fuck is happening? There's a Crundle somewhere. And I don't know where it is or why my dwarves are jumping up here. I mean, they're probably getting pretty good at climbing. Although, that seems to have helped them climb back. No. What it... They clearly do, yeah. I mean, there's a dead Crundle there. Which I can put a stockpile in for. I'm more concerned with the pathing than the god that the human follows, but... Kenom Thram Liteng, the dawn of yearlings. It's a deity of the Poissonian. Kenom most often takes the form of a male human and is associated with birth. The deity of birth. Why are dwarves trying to climb this? I'm very confused. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Hold up. Let's go up to this layer. Add a burrow. See if I can force them into the burrow to stop doing whatever the fuck they're doing, because I don't like it. Well, the human's still doing it. That's the weirdest pathing bug I've ever seen. All my years of DF, no idea what the fuck they're up to. Just want to starve to death is more like. Okay, how about I do this? Let's just fucking fill this shit in with flooring. Well, one of the dwarven gods of wealth turned a necromancer into a were-rhino. Did they cease being a necromancer? Oh. I understand the problem. They're up above us. I found the Crundle. This little fucker right here. There's multiples of them up above us. There's another one right here. That's fucking annoying. Really fucking annoying. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Aside from just wait for them to all climb across. I'm going to see if I can just seal this whole area in. Because I don't think it's possible for me to just make them ignore them. It's just kind of frustrating. Although they do seem to cancel. Every so often. But like, the thing that's perplexing me about this is that they're continuing to try and climb up there even though they are getting interrupted and afraid of them. Like, why are you trying to climb up to them if they're interrupting you? I've just never seen dwarves behave like this before. Like, I've literally never seen dwarves behave like this before. Are they trying to get to them to kill them? Let's hope that getting that little bit of, nope. They're still trying to get up there. Huh. Well, this is new to me. Anyone have any idea, chat? Look at this. Oh my god, now they're fucking fighting. With the Crundle up there. There's blood everywhere. Oh, there it goes. Well then. Well, just add that to the list of reasons why I fucking hate Crundles. Yeah, I'm completely perplexed. I've literally never seen dwarves do this. Like, I've certainly seen them panic and run away when they see Crundles, but I've never seen them, like, perilously climb stuff like this to try and get to them. So, I don't know. It's just very frustrating right now. More of the weird acid shit. I don't know. I'm kind of considering just abandoning this fort because I don't see us getting anywhere. Especially with this Crundle problem. Like, I can't even get rid of the corpses. Like, this dwarf is just running around like a mad lad, too. You can't cook intelligent creatures. Crundles are intelligent creatures. Why do you keep telling me to make intelligent creatures into soup when that's literally something I'm not capable of doing? And also, you can't turn something into soup if you literally can't get to it, which is what the problem is right now. They are certainly intelligent. Yeah, they're intelligent, malevolent creatures that are hell-bent on murder and killing everything. Well, the dwarves have arrived to trade. Unfortunately, I can't trade with you right now because I don't have any soap yet. Oh wait, can you butcher Crundles? Maybe I'm wrong there. I'm pretty sure you can't butcher Crundles, but... because plump helmets aren't intelligent. They can be sentient, but not intelligent. Even plump helmet men. Actually, I think you might be able to make the Crundles into soap, but it doesn't matter if I can't actually get to them. Plump helmet men get made into beverages in that one plump helmet people mod. But outside of that, I don't think so. But yeah, I think you're right there on the you can butcher Crundles. Pretty sure I'm wrong on that. But yeah, it doesn't matter if I can't get to them. Although it seems like the mass job canceling has stopped with the Crundles, so that's nice. Is that another human? Human spearman. You know what? Anybody want to look this person up in adventure mode? Ishes Pass Spirit. It's weird with like the 3 S's, but... that's what I thought. It's like, I know for a fact that there's a mod that lets you embark with plump helmet men and lets you brew plump helmet men. Hey, Safe Sloth, what's up? Sure, we'll take a spearman. Just trying to get the tops of this building constructed. Now we have 2 monster slayers. This one's legendary, though. It's something. A legendary shearer. I'm sure you're very good at being a spearer, too. Well, at least we have stuff to brew. Let's also put a little refuse plant, a little refuse stockpile right there. In this Necromancer Were Rhino's archive? Uh-huh. Find anything interesting? Today is a bad body day, chat room. I feel like trash. Fluctuating blood sugar makes you feel like utter fucking garbage, to put it bluntly. I feel like utter fucking garbage today. A lot of trolls. Well, I mean, I eat a lot of trolls in my Twitch chat. Troll come in, I eat them for breakfast. Dwarves suspended the construction of the wooden furnace. That's silly. I'm just over here jamming to the Noida soundtrack, Safe Sloth. No, you're supposed to be in bed. Ghost. So she really likes making were rhinos. Were rhinos are terrifying. Like, I'm not entirely certain that I am mentally prepared to have to deal with a were rhino. Troll soup and troll soup. One is safe to eat and the other eats you. Not entirely certain. Are you referencing something? Like, I think it's going straight over my head. Doing cleaning day, been vibing to this Norwegian train POV stream on YouTube. It's very pretty. Kind of probably the same reason I like train simulator videos. Is it like the full-on, like, can you see the conductor driving, or is it just, like, on top of the train? I was watching some Danish dude blacksmithing the other day, which was very entertaining. Not on YouTube, though. I was watching on Reddit initially, and then Twitch. He had, like, a separate stream for Reddit, which was very interesting. All right, well, we're starting to make ash. So far, so good. Step 1 of making soap. Wow. That's interesting. I didn't know that you could be a necromancer and a were creature. Let's make this the poultry spot. Would, nest boxes. No, not wood. I want to make stone. No rock. Because wood's kind of rare here, and we need it. Wait, what? I'm going to put you onto stone crafting. And 60 other kills. Are they still alive? Where are they? In regards to this were rhino necromancer person. Although I think being a were creature and a necromancer would be kind of convenient, because you become a were creature once a month, murder a bunch of people, and then resurrect them all when you come back. I'm learning a lot about troll soup right now. Why do? I'm kind of cold. No, just don't mutilate them. Just lightly batter them. But yes, you are correct. You cannot res mutilated corpses. Even intelligent undead can be mutilated, but what the fuck are the E's? Oh, they're just elk? Boring ass normal elk? Weird. And an eagle. I still want to, I want a wild creature to get caught in the vapor so that we can see what it does without having a dwarf get caught in it. I'm gonna go grab a sweater. I'm cold. Back in a mo. Real talk though, have you ever like heard an elk scream? They're terrifying sounding. Like I'm just gonna go to YouTube and type in elk sounds. That's an ad for something. Dishwashing detergent, specifically. They're terrifying sounding. They're horrifying. Have you ever had an elk like scream at you when you're camping in the middle of nowhere and you're like not like sleeping in a camper, but you're sleeping in a tent and you're just like, what the fuck is that? That's elves haunt, or elves? Elks haunt my nightmares. They truly do. All right, you, this lever, we hook you up to that. Also, chat, thanks to everybody who's participated in assisting with me keeping Discord partner, because they're sending me, for Christmas, Discord is sending me, let me find the email. A box with, I need to find the actual email. It's pretty far down because it came in yesterday. There it is. So they are sending me a mug, some pins, a cookie, and whatever the fuck that other little box is. Low key though, all I really give a shit about is this mug. It's a pretty good mug. And then that cookie, I don't know what that is. I don't even know if I'll be able to eat the cookie, but like, I just want that mug because that looks like a nice mug. Totally worth making you guys try and count to 1 million to keep Discord partner. I'll have you know. Totally worth it. Cirxul, the Wanderer of Shadows. That's a good name. Ooh. Blue. Kimberlite. Frame the cookie and hang it on a wall. I mean, it'll probably be stale enough to do that. I'll probably just give it to my dad. Just be like, here, Dad, have this. Next time I go over to my parents' house, just be like, I got this cookie in the mail. I don't want it. I just want the mug. Although I'm kind of sad they're not sending out more clothing. I'll be totally honest. The only reason I really like Discord clothing is during family dinners. I haven't seen Elijah's emotes in a minute. I can wear my Discord hoodie and my Discord other stuff to annoy my little cousins who desperately want to stream Fortnite for a living. So I can just go over there and just wear all my Discord merch, just fully decked out, and be like, yo, what's up? My Discord shirt, my Discord hoodie. All my Discord shit. Literally just to annoy them. Like, true story, like, my older cousin, Matthew's been streaming. He streams Factorio, and, like, you know, he has a humble audience of, like, 5 to 10 people watching usually. I desperately want him to get big and get partnered so him and me can both wear partner merch around my 2 younger cousins who are, like, 14 and 19 for or 18, I think. How old? I actually don't know how old Chris is. I think he's either 8, somewhere in his teens. Yeah, I can't stand Factorio, but I don't mind watching it. I mean, I could stream with a fork and a knife. I should like play Dwarf Fortress with a fork and knife at some point on my keyboard. I'll stream in the Fortnite directory, and we'll see how many viewers we get. Yeah, but here's the thing: is kids don't realize how much work this shit is. Oh no, it's more than the top 10% of Twitch. If you have more than 2 viewers, you're in the top 10% of Twitch. Because the majority of Twitch are streams that last for like a minute. Or like people who just stream so that their friend can watch. Like there's a lot of people who stream on Twitch that have no desire to actually have anybody watch ever. Which is kind of neat. I mean, this for me, when I started streaming, it was never something that I thought I would make a living at. You know, it's funny, Canamora, that you say that, because Twitch used to have that. There used to be a random button on Twitch. This was like a long time ago. But Twitch used to have a random button, and it would just plop you on a random stream. And me and a friend used to sit there and just we had this game that we would play, which is we never really had a name for it, but we would just sit there on voice chat on Vent and just click the random button until we found somebody either watching porn, streaming porn, or masturbating. It was one of those 3 things. It would only ever take like 5 minutes, not even. You muted the stream? That would make me seem muted, yeah. I don't know. There's the majority of the people starting out on Twitch now do it because they think that it'll be a job, and I always like tell people to shy away from that. Focus on keeping it a hobby first. You'll actually enjoy it for one thing. Cool. We're making those nest boxes now. We're actually starting to get somewhere, which is nice. Did you know that Bill is a human name? It means girdle? Like as in B-I-L? I'm pretty sure it actually means Bill Nye the Science Guy. Stone. Please, don't spread false information in my chat. Winter is upon us. Trolls don't count as notable kills. They only count as notable kills if they're named. So the troll has to get notable kills before they count as a notable kill. So if the troll goes and kills a bunch of things, then it becomes a notable kill. But it has to kill things first. So like I had a troll once jump over the wall into my fortress, topple a workshop that a dwarf was making an artifact at, and then kill a couple of dwarves. And then one of my dwarves killed it, and that counted as a notable kill because it killed enough to become named and become a historical creature instead of just being a troll. Hear that, chat? In order to become a notable kill, you have to murder a bunch of people. I think so? It has to kill notable creatures to become notable. So all the dwarves in your fort are notable. If you have a named animal in your fort, that named animal becomes notable. Does that make sense? It's a weird like priority system, but that's how it works. I didn't design it. All right, how much more of this do we have to go? We're getting there. Oh, they're probably not notable kills because they're killing them while they're a rhino, right? If they're killing them while they're a rhino, they won't remember anyway. They have no recollection of being a were creature. They might get panicked by the dead corpses afterwards, but... to my knowledge, it's supposedly, like, wiped from their memory. If that makes any sense. You could have Ted and Bill. Oh my god, okay, you know what? Someone needs to do a Bill and Ted adventure mode. Where you embark with two humans named Bill and Ted and go on excellent adventures. Okay, well, then I don't know. I was just guessing. I mean, so far we've been here for a year and a month. And we haven't made soap yet. I don't even have enough beds for everybody yet. So, you know, I'd say we're doing excellent towards becoming a soap creation empire. So thank you very much for the kind wishes. Because goddamn, we need it. Let's get a bunch of those. Let's get those nest boxes made. Who needs beds? Well, I mean, we have 2 beds. I should place the others that we've made. But specifically, who needs beds? My dwarves need beds, actually. Trustworthy picks. Excuse me. Bad at what they try to do. I mean, an axe dwarf is visiting. Ooh. We should really make an actual tavern. I don't even have a fucking tavern yet. That's where this fortress is at. We don't even have a tavern yet. But I am going to make a meeting zone and make it into a temple to no specific deity. The Masonic burdens. Accurate. Bridge skull. That's just too good of a name to say no to. Inul Bridge Skull. Adventure. Excellent isn't a word in DF. Well, I mean, still would be a fun April 1st stream. I think we're going to accept that person in just because we have 2 monster slayers in the fort already. And, you know, I kind of like the idea that the dwarves here don't really do much in the way of combat themselves. They just let the visitors do it for us. For us? For us. This zone that I'm making right here is going to be for dogs. Well, dogs and puppies. So far, the animal breeding is going real well. We are definitely working towards the direction of having an excellent soap industry. I just need more puppies to, you know, do puppy things. Mirror Bridge Skull. What do you mean fought by? Or fought with somebody named that? Who is that person? Who is a Naku fancy chanted? The riddled ones. Or the riddled. I'm assuming some scary creature from the nether regions of the universe. Let's get some more nest boxes up in here. So there's a human named Naku Fancy Chanted the Riddled, and they were just going around attacking random humans. Clearly was a hamburglar. Clearly. Just a human. Human criminal. If they're attacking people. They must have been haggard due to the stresses of day-to-day living, obviously. Whoa! Lots of subs getting gifted today. Phineas, thank you very much for gifting 5 subscriptions in the channel. To It's Jaboric, I probably screwed that one up. Death Tag, Cux FPV, Will Station, and Candle Pixie. Thank you for gifting those subscriptions. That's very kind of you. You gifted 5 3 hours ago, and now you're gifting 5 more. Cheers, dude. Also should move this down just ever so slightly so that it looks a little better. Kind of had my sub count in the wrong spot. Cheers, Phineas. I already had a hype train earlier today. There's a bunch of ravens around. Any other creepy animals? Just a troglodyte. Troglodyte's in the upper layer. Crundles are off doing whatever the fug. This human has killed 5 people in the course of their life. I think you may have found this world's Jack the Ripper. She eats people? Really? And there's nothing weird about her aside from that she eats people? Like, no logical reason for them to be eating people? They're just eating people? Or did you find the reason why she's eating people? You know, I'm gonna cancel all of this and change it all to blocks from the boulders, because these boulders are actually taking a year to complete. And I actually have enough blocks now to actually fill all this out. It'd be really weird if you just found a natural cannibal in DF, because I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Oh, she's a werepanther. Yes, that would make a lot more sense. Also, a werepanther sounds like a DC superhero. Just like lady that becomes a panther at night and eats people. Maybe supervillain, rather. Still, sounds like something you'd read about in a comic book. Do you mind screenshotting that stuff and putting it in Discord? Elves are cannibals? Ceremonial, yes. They are ceremonial cannibals. So they will eat their dead after conflict. I mean, how else are you going to remember your dead loved ones forever? Unless you eat them. But seriously, though, Dr. Phineas, thank you so much for all of your generosity today. Cloud of cursed vapor drifted nearby. Very much in the corner, not so much in the corner of the map. I kind of feel like we should leave a duck up here or something. And post a full report. I expect a full report by 3 p.m. Pacific, which is in 15 minutes. I don't know. No timeline. Chain a dog up? Not a dog. I want something that's like less smart and cute looking. Also, I kind of want some more of them giant polar bears to show up. A Crundle? I'd have to catch a Crundle first, but yes, that would be a good use for a Crundle. Let's make a rock statue, which we're going to put outside of the front of the fort. We're going to get more poultry egg layer boxes down. Look at all those turkey eggs. I'm going to forbid a bunch of those eggs. The rest we can use for food. They're almost done with the roof. Also, just remember, we are in range and at war with a tower. We are right here, and there's a tower just down here. This dwarven tower. There's another one that we're supposedly at war with. Maybe it's that one. Anyway, there's a tower right here. Tong scored. Of the roads of washing. Totally a coincidence. It's got nothing to do with the fact that we also are making a fortress based on washing things. Would you look at that? Construct Veiled still has no civilized population. Coalition of Cuddling. I'd like to join the Coalition of Cuddling. It sounds wholesome. Could use some of that in my life. It's just kind of non-stop snowing year-round. But noted. Thanks for letting us know. How old is this world? 317? 318. 318 years. We started on, I think, 310. 309, somewhere around there. But this is the third fortress we've done in this world. All right. I can just place the statue there, and our little entryway is done. They suspended building the granite statue, interrupted by a Crundle. Oh, great. And there's combat. And Crundle is fighting. Oh, and there's blood everywhere. Great. Well, I'm looking forward to finding more Crundle corpses. All right. But yeah, the coalition of cuddling. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good spot, actually. I'm gonna make two asheries. And 2 soap makers places. Let's see how much of that stuff actually gets done. Oh, hey, look, dead Crundle. Looks like that, looks like that little axe dwarf was a good dwarf to have in the fortress. Has already killed a Crundle. Not that Crundles are difficult in any way to kill, but also looks like we will be making a... looks like we will be making Crundle soap because we are butchering Crundles. Also, I was definitely wrong. You can totally butcher Crundles. For some reason, I didn't think you could, but we are butchering Crundles. Liam, how are you doing? I know you were pretty poor off initially. Ooh. Second finger on his left hand is mangled beyond recognition. All right. Bed 3. Let's make 3 beds. Rock coffer. 10. Cabinet rock 10. Oh, great. Well, fantastic. You probably bought off the last of my supply then. What? What? That's our little axe dwarf that just murdered a Crundle. Huh. Humble soap fort, eh? They're not a permanent member, so we won't have to actually do anything for them. They're just living here. Anul Bridgeskull has claimed the position of Queen of the Raw Era. Someone just died, yeah. No kidding. Screen capping that for later. Going to need that for research purposes. How are they related to royalty? Queen of the Raw Arrow. The Raw Arrow is another dwarven civilization, not ours. Yeah, it's not my queen. We just happen to have a queen that lives here now, who's also a monster slayer. It's not my civilization. We're a different civilization. The trustworthy Picts. Who are not so trustworthy. That is wild. All right, well. That is wild. In a year's time, yeah, they could. Not right now, but in a year's time, they certainly could apply. They haven't yet, though. Okay, so Liam is resting injury and Squug is resting an injury. Well, they're making lie. I got 2 dwarves making lie, so that's good. But yes, in a year's time, they can apply for citizenship. The dwarf just joined us. Although it is interesting. It's like, I wonder what a queen is doing so far away from home, you know? No water source. I mean, that's not true. A water source down here. Not the safest water source, but it's still a water source. All right. I'm gonna give you soap making. Slaughter a bunch of dogs. Got a bunch of piglets, so we'll also slaughter one of the boars and 2 of the sows. That'll give us plenty of tallow. That's fascinating. The other various gods in the world seem to? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just fascinated by the fact that we actually have a queen in the fort. Just bloody fascinated by that. All right. Well, piggies can go here. Piglet, 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 piglet. Piglet's such a weird word. Just makes me think of Chiclets, the gum that was never particularly good. More of that weird vapor is nearby. Fortunately, it's just on one level, and it's like a little bit above the fort. It's a very small cloud. Well, I mean, I've certainly seen the queen become part of my fortress before, and I've had kings randomly become part of my fortress. It just doesn't happen very often. It's more just like it's making me wonder, like, what happened elsewhere in the world that would cause that to be a thing, you know? Working on the dwarves in the hospital. All right, well, now we have most of the animals off in their own paddocks, which is good. So we can begin working on this area down here. So we can actually have a tavern. No, honestly, it's the Dwarf Fortress doesn't really surprise me much these days. It's more of a Dwarf Fortress intrigues me. It's like, oh, I haven't seen this particular event in this order before. I may have seen the event before, but I haven't seen it happen like this before. And that's usually the case for it. It's like, oh, I've seen this type of event before, but I haven't seen it in this context, really, if that makes sense. That's kind of usually how it works. It's like I've definitely seen dwarves inherit ranks and nobility mid-fort, but it just doesn't happen very often. Hey, Dabby. It's good to see you. Yeah, exactly. Fascinating, not surprising. It's like it's not a, oh, I'm surprised by this event happening. It's more of a, oh, it's intriguing that this event is happening, and I'd like to know the context of what caused this event to happen. But sup, Dabby Dooby Doo. We're working on a soap fort. Definitely got nothing to do with soap opera. But is definitely a fort. So how's Dabby Dooby Doo been? I can't wait to get over this goddamn year. Once a year, I do a stream where I play Getting Over It, and I do it on New Year's Eve, and I kind of usually do it in a marathon format. I used to always do it as a subathon, but it won't be this year. Probably just do a whole bunch of it, but minus the subathon portion. And every year I call it Getting Over and then Current Year. I've never quite managed to actually get over it, but maybe we'll get over it this year. And Infinity, thanks for the host, by the way. I missed that. Very much looking forward to that. Just over here jamming. Shot someone? They must have picked up a crossbow or something. I certainly had a were creature run into my fort once and punch somebody in the head, grab their cap, punch the dwarf to death in the head. So punch the dwarf died, grabbed the hat, and then proceeded to run through the fortress, smacking my dwarves and animals with this cap rather than scratching or biting them. So nobody got bit. The one dwarf died, but not because he was bit. The one dwarf died because his skull got caved in by getting punched so hard. That being said, very funny. You'd never heard of it, but after playing the demo, you had to keep going with it. What a great game. It's literally like, the thing I like about Creeper World, and somebody described it perfectly in a Steam review, is it's everything I like about RTSs minus everything I hate about RTSs. Like, I love the idea of RTSs. I love base building. I love building up a base, and I love fighting back against an enemy. But I hate, like, all of the micro management of it, because I'm not capable of doing that shit. But it's so much fun to just, like, build a very satisfying base, build defenses for that satisfying base, and then defeat an enemy without having to, like, micromanage Marines or anything. So it's literally everything I like about that shit. An elf werepanther. Oh, good lord. An immortal an immortal were creature. That is kind of horrifying, actually. Let's just let them finish digging out this side, then we'll do bedrooms on the far side. I'm very happy that we have Kimberlite, though. I can do blue stuff. Haven't actually made any soap yet. All right, dwarfs. I need somebody who's, like, just making soap. There we go. Soap is happening. And now you're just praying. Did you actually make soap, though? You didn't make soap. There you go. Okay, well, I told you to make soap, and then it turns out we don't actually have enough tallow. Okay, so we can't do that just yet. So that means I need somebody else butchering. We actually don't have that many dwarves, though. Also, we appear to have, uh-oh. Dug out into the, caverns. Kind of wasn't expecting to dig out like that into the caverns. But looks like we did. God, that's a steep hill. Right, well, time to block those off. Bastet, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so if that human tries to get back up and in here, well, sucks to be you, bud. Sounds like the story of this werepanther just keeps going. Also, more of the weird, spooky yellow piss gas. Yeah, this often ends up being the case for me in spooky biomes. Whenever I play spooky biomes, I always end up just kind of hiding underground. But yeah, no, for those of you who enjoyed the Creeper World stuff, we'll definitely be finishing Creeper World tomorrow. Yay! 1 billion baby turkeys have hatched! Look at all those T's. All of the T's are baby turkeys. Excellent. Look at them all. We're going to have a lot of turkey soap and leather in a little bit. Also, pea chicks have hatched. Those two! You'll be telling the tale when you're done. Good stuff. Even more have hatched! Well, I mean, our livestock project is going well, that's for sure. Actually, you know what? Let's make another livestock spot. And we're going to pen pasture all of the pea chicks there, as well as all the peacocks. Turkey soap, yeah. You use animal fat. Have you never used animal fat soap? Because I have. My mom actually bought animal fat soap once. Goblins and elves don't die of natural causes. They have to die of blunt force trauma, falling, nose breaking, face breaking, arm twisting, neck snapping, gut punching, whatever works. Okay, I wonder where that human ran off to. How you doing down there, Rock? You okay? Hope you're enjoying your caverns. There's a giant cave swallow, chat. Slightly horrifying. And Zen, yes. The Zen part is the most important part. You just murdered them? Yeah, no, they're very much like small, green, ugly-looking elves. Whereas elves are just tall, pale, well, not tall, but kind of dwarf-sized, pale, ugly-looking dwarves. Shadow is the name. I mean, sometimes you gotta live in the shadow of your elders. What? Should be a thing. Fight Club. I mean, if you want to be able to butcher humans, you have to edit your raws. So yes, it is a thing, but dwarves just won't butcher them. Besides, the thing that you're forgetting about Fight Club is the first rule of Fight Club. I'm just saying. You guys are all very bad at Fight Club references because you're not supposed to talk about Fight Club. God, I need to rewatch Fight Club. I wonder if that movie ages well. Wait, really? How do you know that they were buried alive? Also, isn't that sort of what we do in our fortresses when we lock them in the walls? Not really meaning to cause existential dread here, but that's kind of what we do when we lock them in the walls. We're kind of just burying them alive. Making bedrooms, by the way. You know, as I always say with this, Pablo, I used to always say this to people who watched me when I played RimWorld, and I say this now about people generally talking about elves. Stuff like this, and subjects like this, in the case of Human Tolo, it's only funny the first or second time you say it. After that, it gets a little gross, kind of awkward, and then after that, annoying. So, you're fully free to make that joke and reference it, but please don't overdo it. Because you will get real fucking annoying really fucking fast. And is drawing the end scene for you? That's awesome. Fight Club's a good movie. It really is. Although a lot of the best parts of Fight Club are ruined by cultural references. And the fact that so many things reference Fight Club to the point where, like, Fight Club's almost ruined by default without you even seeing it. All right, another round of clouds. What year is it? It's mid-spring. Okay, I've got dwarves still making lye. Is it really a crime, though, if they need it for sustenance? I mean, like, I guess it's crime from the point of view of other people, but for the point of view of the vampire, well, vampire got to eat. Let's get all those jobs going again so that we can get them started on all of our workshops now. And, barrel. Actually, yeah, wood barrel. Make 10 more wooden barrels. Come on, dwarves. Our soap industry begins here, in this place, the dwelling of cleansing. You know, maybe the weird vapor on the surface is just the cleansing vapor. It cleanses the surface of all dirt and grime. Perhaps that's why the dwarves like it. Oh, some migrants have arrived. And the first one is a capital N. Would you look at that? Well, 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 would you look at that? Ficod, the dwarf stonecrafter necromancer. And 2 children. Oh, please tell me they're your children. Nope. Okay, so whose children are those then? Probably that fisher dwarf. Oh, and your wife came, who's a peasant. Well, there's many jobs that you can be doing here, including tanning and butchery, farming. Quite a few. Jesus. 2 children and a baby, eh? 2 children and a baby. A couple more farmers, a gelder. Another fishery worker. An alpaca. That is somebody's pet. And a lye maker. Excellent. Excellent. We need more of those. You take a migrant? You're already alive in this faction. I don't really want to double name people. Like, I don't know how else to say this. I don't really want to double name people. It's not that I don't want you, it's just... I want to be able to know when a dwarf from a previous fort shows up in this world, because that'll make it that much cooler. It's like that one world that I had where, Like, I had a dwarf in there, and then Hobo showed up as my outpost liaison from 4 fortresses prior. You know? And I kind of want that moment. God, that's a big fucking migrant wave. Good lord. Well, up to 36 dwarves and rising. Uh-oh, giant cave spider. It's okay, it's on a layer that we don't need to worry about. Let's get this area smooth. Let's see if we even have dwarves that can smooth. Kind of got a few random peasants that don't really have any work. All right, dwarf stone crafting necromancer who dreams of ruling the world and is never moved by the emotions of others. Whoa. That startled me. Thanks for the 10 bucks. Cheers, man. Whew. My heart just like leaped into my mouth. Thanks for the $10. Cheers, man. Check. Can I get a round of beers? Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Ooh. I see a King Gizzard and a Lizard Wizard LP. Good shit. Obal, the Key of Justice. The Key of Justice is a deity of the trustworthy picks. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with twilight, the dawn, and the sun, and the sky, the weather, volcanoes, fire, and mountains. The Key of Justice. And the Skulls of Growth. I mean, that's obviously my stream mascot. The Skulls of Growth is the deity of a trustworthy picks. Takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with rebirth and death. It's a very necromancy god. How old are you? 130 years old? That all? Another area that I'd like to dig out. More of the weird acid shit's drifting nearby. Is this area down here. This area down here is going to be our kitchens and food storage. No longer that outer area there. In case particularly scary things show up. With 130 kills total. Seems about right. Sounds like there's a lot of interesting lore in this world. Perhaps we picked a good one. I'm kind of disappointed we haven't been sieged by the undead yet. Also, I need to put that alpaca here. Baby nope, that's a stray. That one. Well, not necessarily that weird, but like notable. Enough notable things that the world is interesting, which is what you kind of need in a DF world. Still haven't actually made any soap yet. Still hasn't actually made any soap yet. Because they still need tallow. But we should certainly be getting tallow from slaughtering these stray boars. Maybe they're just skinny pigs? One of the very... I mean, maybe if I settle in that neck of the woods, I could certainly see that being possible. But I may have to settle in that particular part of the world, you know? I kind of really want to settle near that dragon that we stole all the artifacts from. I think that would be a fun spot to settle. Quite literally right next to a dragon, you know? That's something I think that could be really cool. Also, wow. The fucking fatigue of life has set in the last 20 minutes. I just need to successfully sell stuff, soap, into this world. Just waiting for my turkeys to all grow up. Kind of weirded out by the fact that somehow we have not managed to actually get tallow yet. This is actually really strange. Make soap from tallow and make soap from tallow. Both of those jobs should be happening. Let's try slaughtering all of these turkeys. Let's see if that'll get us any tallow. You know, once again, I'm kind of disappointed. Haven't been attacked and fucking murdered by anything yet. Although we do actually have enough dwarves now that that could happen. Although the undead can just show up at any point. I kind of figured because we were on a spooky biome and real close to some undead, we would just get undead showing up right the hell away, but not this time. I keep settling in these really scary biomes and the game's like not really doing much. Well, we've listened to the entirety of a 3.5 hour long soundtrack. The cause of my curse? Which curse? Stone. I have many curses. Real life curses, in-game curses, evil curses, good curses. I curse a lot. Oh, the werepanthers? You found the very first werepanther? A goblin? Well, of course it was a goblin. Goblins are the closest to the demons, thus the most likely to get cursed. This all makes perfectly logical sense. Alright, dwarves, what the fuck's up with this Talo problem? Let's get all that food moved. Hey, chat. Does anybody here know why I don't have any access to Talo? I've been slaughtering animals that normally give Talo, but we haven't gotten any Talo. Or, like, soap-producing glob. Like... I'm kind of, like, here. Crundle fat, dog fat, pig fat, yak fat, llama fat, turkey fat. I think I said flat there once, but, you know, one-humped camel fat, it's all in a barrel. I got tons of it. You know what, let's try this. Is this stuff considered... Okay, let's not put fat in this stockpile. Let's make a food stockpile up here. Let's remove all of this and make just a fat stockpile. Maybe it's some sort of weird bin bug. We'll also allow lye. We're making soap, actually, Saichi. Is it working now? I think it might be. Seeing the cancel. Yeah, see, needs 150% unrotten. They should be. Hold on. Is it in orders? Autotan, butcher, slaughter, collect webs. I mean, it's just an auto job. They should just be rendering fat, no? Maybe I need a dwarf with cooking. Yeah, that might be the problem. It's not very useful, dwarf. I mean, I do have a dwarf with cooking right here, Obak. Yeah. I know what the problem is. I don't have a kitchen. Durr. Found the problem. Giant Kia is fighting. That's terrifying. Do, 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 do. There you go. Now you're rendering fat. Excellent. Should have figured that one out sooner, but I didn't. We're out of alcohol. Whoops. Hey, Norstat. How's things? I was doing better around 2 hours ago, but I've got this fucking crazy goddamn fatigue that's set in. It's amazing how much having a barely functioning body makes you exhausted sometimes at random intervals for no fucking reason. But pretty good. Aside from that, we're building a fortress in a very spooky biome with lots of weird like clouds of stinky smoke that probably makes all of the holes in your body drip weird liquids that they shouldn't. Oh, there's a slope downward right there? Well, shit. How long has that been there? So that part's been fun. Yeah. And that's basically all we've really been up to, is just hiding in the basement. Norstat's pretty recent, I think. I mean, you only followed me a couple of days ago. Worm Shadow, you can actually, like, click on someone's name and see when they followed the channel. So you don't need to, like, call people out like that. But Norstat mods for some of my friends. It's very frequent. I think you mod. But anyway, Norstat frequents Sui's stream. Yeah, not everybody likes being called out, though. Recent or not. All right. Recover wounded. Great. Well, whatever happened on the surface with that giant Kia, it must have gone well. There we go. We're starting to make that soap. We have soap in the fort, chat. Success. This fort's officially a success. We can throw in the towel now. We've made soap. Let's start making beds for people. You thought you followed a while ago? You know, I didn't follow Jess until after she'd been in my... until after she joined Halcyon. And, I'd known about Jess and watched her streams on and off for probably about a year. So, you know. Warm Shadow, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Norstad. Welcome to the fam. Now you can't leave. That's why you asked. Oh. You bought some clean water? Is it possible to buy dirty water? Like, is there any other water you can buy? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Also, hot cup of tea. And Darren, thank you very much for giving channel points towards me going the fuck away for a day. Because I need it. We're 19% done. Huzzah. Ah. Well. It begins. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, let's see what we're up against. Kivish Areshrik. His right lower back teeth is gone. Intelligent undead. Hold on a second. What? Polar bear woman! Lost Slayer. Okay, that's kind of badass. Polar bear? A large person with the head of a polar bear. That is terrifying. I mean, you can look them up. Their name is Uk Snostros Pogox, or whatever that is. They are naked. Wait, actually, no, that's not true. They're covered in turkey wool and... Wait, what? Turkey leather. Alpaca wool, not turkey wool. I was like, how the fuck do you wool a turkey? Cave spiders, silk, socks, and shoes. This is true. But it is totally up to you whether or not you want make me go away for a day. Did one of them just immediately leave? Yeah, one of them just immediately left. Let's see about the other one. This person is super hyperactive, like running in circles. Oh. Oh. 2 dwarven necromancers and 1 dwarven trader necromancer. I like how they were spotted by a stray kitten. Whoa! There's wolves up on the surface? And the polar bear lady is shooting at them. We should probably lock the door, chat. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here. Guys, pull the lever, please. There we go. Lever's been pulled. Door's shut. Just went and stood over that corpse. Ooh, that wolf is not just dying. The wolf is vomiting. All right, so, crazy polar bear lady comes up onto the surface, murders a bunch of wolves, and then vanishes into the night. I think we should leave the door locked for a little bit more. There might be more stealth dudes out on the surface. But still, damn. Also, I'm going to build a little bridge here. All the way across there. Someone should make lie pretty soon. Your full smooth brain? You're gonna have to clip it. I didn't screenshot it, my dude. You have 20 screenshot epic. 27 screenshot epic. Do you want to, like, put it all into a Google Doc and then send me the link to the Google Doc and I'll stick it in the Legends tab rather than putting it on the Discord? If you just, you can, like, literally click and drag stuff into Google Docs. But yeah, no, dude, I'm operating on fluctuating blood sugar. I have, like, no functional brain right now, unfortunately. Because if you put it into a Google Doc, then I can very easily just attach it, or even into an imager file, anything. I can then very easily just attach it to the main Google Doc for Dayforts. But yeah, no, we're building a little walkway over to this area so that we can get over there and chop all these trees down. Mostly. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Human spearman has been missing for a week. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, would you look at that? Liam and Squug already claimed a bed. The happy couple. You're off to play some board games? Any favorites? But you have a good night. Enjoy your board games. This is going to be our tavern. New one called Blue Sky? Yeah, well, I mean, if it's new, I definitely haven't heard of it. I'm not generally the most board game knowledgeable person anyway, and then, like, if it's new, yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't know. But yeah, you have fun. But if you eat your bed, then you won't have a bed left, Squark. That doesn't seem like a very optimal method of getting better sleep. I'm not saying that it necessarily needs to be, but I just think there's better things you can do with beds, like sleep on it. Thanks, Pero. And thanks for the follow. Cheers. If you haven't watched a lot, I don't like with vanilla. I understand the matrix code comment. With tile sets like this one, I don't, because this tile set's never even remotely close look like matrix code to me. Maybe matrix. It's like this is what people who've never seen programming code think programming code should look like. But I also play a lot of ASCII games, so what do I know? Do I need more buckets, maybe? It's like vanilla looks like this. Right? So that I kind of understand. Like this is the default ASCII look. So like when people say this looks like matrix code, I can kind of see it. But when people say this looks like matrix code, I don't so much see it. It's like, no, it's like little walls and there's dwarves and yeah, there's little letters running around, but like, oh, hey, we got ourselves a mood. Lime maker claims a craft store shop. Also, that sounds kind of interesting, actually, Darren. In my experience with board games, the weirder the theme, the better. And grabs stray turkey bone and granite blocks. And there we go. That's it. Yeah, you can't make soap artifacts, unfortunately. I mean, I could play other games in Terminal. DF doesn't run in Terminal. Like, I could play more War Sim, because that runs in Terminal. Like, literally, you have to right-click the top bar to make the font bigger level of Terminal. No, it's not possible. I know for fact it's not possible. Well, regardless, this is pretty cool. Kodal the Lime Maker has created Arizonban, a turkey bone short sword, and claims it as a family heirloom. This is a turkey bone short sword. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is adorned with hanging rings of turkey bone, and on the item is an image of a buckler in granite. No to all of the above. Novi, you cannot use soap as part of an artifact, and soap cannot be made into artifacts. No farming task can be used in, around, or part of an artifact. So you can't use food, lye, any kind of consumable item as part of an artifact. They could have images of soap on them. But that's it. It doesn't matter, Infinity. It's a completely irrelevant discussion. Dwarf Fortress does not run in Terminal. There's another game I play that runs in Terminal. Dwarf Fortress doesn't. Chat, here's what you're doing. You're just confusing people. The Helmed Harvester. Sure, that works. Tavern is a go. I mean, it's possible, but DF doesn't run in terminals. Or rather, possible somebody posted about it, but the game doesn't run in terminal. Well, I mean, RimWorld did run its entire marketing campaign on the back of this game's forums. The entirety of, a large portion of RimWorld's original Kickstarter's success can be owed to the Dwarf Fortress forums. Because Tynan sold it as a game that would be like Dwarf Fortress, when in reality it took a few ideas from Dwarf Fortress and they made a completely different game out of them, removing everything that's interesting about Dwarf Fortress. Admittedly making an interesting, different game, but it's not a game that should be compared to Dwarf Fortress even slightly. I mean, even Tynan admitted that during his interview with Sui. I don't know how many people actually picked up on that, but he commented on how much he failed in making RimWorld because he wanted to make a story generator and everybody just min-maxes it, which isn't kind of the point of RimWorld. The point of RimWorld is to be a story generator like Dwarf Fortress, where in reality people just play it as a min-maxy combat game, which is fine, and you can play it that way, but it's not the intention of the creator to do that, which I think is kind of hilarious because it just kind of like confirms my suspicions. I mean, there's plenty of games in development like RimWorld. It's kind of, Dwarf Fortress is a wanting genre. People seem to think that this game is impossible to learn and that they'll never be able to learn it because of the visuals, which is fine. But what kind of game, Voodoo Attack? Any teasers? I'm curious. Need a few more beds. I did lose somebody. I don't know what happened to that spear human that we had. They just kind of ran off into the night and disappeared. So, rip. Oh, I've got a billy goat. What the fuck? I don't know about you, and I don't really want to dash your hopes and dreams, but I wouldn't try to make a DF like a commercial success. You either have to completely clone RimWorld or completely clone DF, and good luck cloning DF because you'll never catch up. And RimWorld players are oddly specifically only interested in their one game. It's really difficult. Or tell people that it's like Dwarf Fortress, but actually make something that's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Because that's what you actually need, is you need to make something that's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. I need Ash. Because people think they want games like Dwarf Fortress, but in reality, they just want to play The Sims. So if you make a game and be like, it's like Dwarf Fortress, you can play it and think you're playing Dwarf Fortress. But then make a game that's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, like Space Haven, for example. Then lots of people will buy it and be like, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, and think that they're one of the big cool kids, when in reality, they have no idea what they're talking about. We've got more smoke spawning. Yeah, are you interested in one of the 10 billion games that are sort of like RimWorld? Because no, you're not. I have developers from dozens of those reaching out to me on the regular being like, hey, would you like to play our game? It's kind of like RimWorld. My response is, not really. Where are you guys going? I don't actually know. Ah, well, we found the human. Oh, okay. Do I have a braille mod? Do you have a brain? I'm legally blind, visually impaired. My right eye don't work at all, my left eye barely work. Static games that play in ASCII are much easier for me to discern quickly on a monitor with a plugin that lets me zoom things in. I don't see well at all. I'm legally blind. Do I need a braille mod? I don't know, I'll just ask you again. Do you have a brain? A reacher. Ah. More RPG elements for sure. Yeah, I'd just be careful about trying to make games that are like DF, especially in a world where DF is, you know, coming out in a more public fashion. This is one of my favorite things to always remind people is I'm legally blind and I can play this game that's impossible to see. You didn't even get it? No. People think they're hilarious on the internet. Cool. I'm proud that your brain don't work good enough for this game. Your brain also clearly don't work good enough to comprehend whether or not you're insulting somebody when you enter their stream, so. I'm legally blind, yes. My right eye don't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision. I lose a percentage of my vision every year. And I also have floating blind spots and cataracts in both my eyes. Although, admittedly, I can't see them in my bad eye. The reality is, everybody's brain works good enough to play this game. You just think that it's incomprehensible because you've never played a game like it. And that's totally fine. Just realize that your brain may not work good enough for this game because you've never actually tried. It's almost like simply trying will make doing the thing significantly easier. Sit down with a wiki and actually try, and you'll do just fine. It's amazing what can be achieved with a little bit of effort. Some migrants have arrived. What would you look at that? DF isn't complicated in the slightest. People just see the memes and then see that it's asking, go, ah, and then run away. And that's about how much effort most people put into it. So that's all I can really say. More migrants have arrived. When in reality, ASCII games are no more or less difficult than any other type of game. It's just simply a graphical style. People just want games, like I always say, that caress their nuts gently and walk them through all of the content instead of having to look at a wiki. Because, you know, looking at a wiki is so scary and so difficult. I don't know how anybody could ever learn anything from looking at a wiki. I don't know how somebody who isn't a native English speaker could learn a game like Dwarf Fortress by simply looking at translations of a wiki and working at it. You know, I'm just kind of being a dick right now, but I do genuinely wonder why people tune into my stream and say, this game's too big brain for me, and then tune out immediately. I will never fully get that. It's like, are you implying that I seem smart or something? What's wrong with a good nut caress? Nothing. Not every game needs to caress your nuts, though. Also, are you here to actually participate, or are you here just to insult me, not apologize, and then fuck around? Because if so, please leave. Frankly. Let's see if they actually constructed that shit. I never said I'm dumb. But I do get very heavily annoyed by people like that. I like games that are interesting and unique. Just waiting for these dwarves to bring all these boulders down. Smart people wear glasses, yeah? The Foggy Company, a farmer guild hall. I mean, I need dwarves to get back across this right now. Because I need to get this blocked off. Oh, why am I making potash? That's what I need. Let's make 50 more ash. But yeah, apologies, chat, if I seem kind of aggressive, but I don't like it when people just come in here and insult me. Not a huge fan of that. Potash is a fun word. It's got po and tash in it. Both of these things are fun, can confirm. I mean, it's a perfectly good situation to direct people towards this. I think that person very much deserved that comment. Oh. Was hauling the corpse. How inconvenient. It's a Reacher that is fighting with one of my dwarves, I think. Yep, there's a Reacher fighting with one of my dwarves. Can we get that corpse out of the doorway, please? Thank you. Forbid that. Perfect. Also, I've gotten 5 comments since I started today now about my username relating to Twitch removing a tag and my name being banned and me playing games being banned. Getting kind of tired of it. So I think if I seem a little snappy when it comes to eye-related comments and blindness-related comments, yeah, I'm gonna just fucking tell you to fuck off, frankly. I'm getting real tired of it. Well, Twitch removed the blind playthrough tag due to concerns about it causing harassment to people with disabilities, like myself. In reality, it has, actually. I've had many people over the years comment on how I should always use the blind playthrough tag, to the point where it kind of became a bit of a running joke. I never really cared all that much, to be honest, but it certainly was a thing that came up. At least came up enough that I thought about it. I wouldn't really necessarily call it harassment, but now I'm certainly getting comments saying that, hey, your username is causing harassment. It's almost like that one time a dude came into my channel and was like, hey, your name's offensive to blind people. And I was like, excuse me? That's maybe one of the best bans I've ever done in my life, actually. Is, hey, did you know that you are taking advantage of people with disabilities? Did you ever think that maybe I'm a person with that disability? Which is one of the best bans I've ever done. It ended with this big old argument about how they didn't make assumptions and how their statement was correct. And I was like, well, I don't know. I think you made assumptions. I think several assumptions were made about me, actually. Let's brew more beer. Right, Peril? But no, it's the reason I play the types of games I do is because these games are a lot more accessible to somebody who's visually impaired. Might be complicated to look at initially, but just like Civilization, if you look at Endgame of Civ, you're not going to know what you're looking at if you've never seen a 4X game before. Just like an ASCII game, if you look at the end game of an ASCII game, yeah, you're going to have no idea what you're looking at if you're looking at it for the first time. And that's just normal, right? It's going to look like a bunch of symbols and objects and colors and images and what the fuck am I looking at, right? Or any kind of complicated board game. If you look at a complicated board game for the first time, yeah, it's going to look like a visual mess because you don't know what any of the pieces mean. That's why you have to read the rules. And just like in Dwarf Fortress, you have to read the wiki. You have to learn the tools. You have to learn what the icons and symbols mean. And that's all part of the learning process, right? Once you've learned that, then it's actually quite easy to pick up the rest of the game. In fact, once you kind of understand Dwarf Fortress's logic, learning game beyond that point becomes a lot easier and very much approachable. I just can't use 1440p monitors generally. I mean, this is what my desktop looks like. This is what I'm looking at. This is a 32-inch monitor, so as you can imagine, it's probably pretty large. But aside from that, no, it's just a normal monitor setup. There are certain games where I've had to use Windows Magnifier, or alternatively scale the fuck out of my UI and make it way bigger. There are some games I just straight up can't play because my eyes can't parse the difference between text and background. And I've run into that a number of times. Oh, Jesus, more of the weird vapor is spawning. So I've certainly run into that before. The problem of, not being able to play certain games because of not incompetent devs, devs that didn't take into account things that can bother me. The bane of my existence is UI that has a transparent background and stuff behind it. I basically can't use any game's UI that has a transparent background with stuff behind it. Drives me nuts, especially if the stuff behind it is moving. I cannot focus on the text to be able to read it. So this UI might look like a nightmare to some people, but that is way fucking easier for me to read than 80% of the UX Paradox makes, or anything with a transparent background. So it might look scary to someone who isn't uninitiated, I guess, but for me, way easier to comprehend and immediately read and recognize and discern. Something. Whenever I see a game that isn't a battle royale game, I get afraid and run away screaming because I don't understand it. I don't know. I grew up playing obtuse RPGs and roguelikes and weird PC games that were 10 to 15 years old by the time I got my hands on them. The games that I grew up playing were very much you have to sit down and read the fucking manual to learn them, let alone having to know what the game did by default, all of the PC games I grew up playing were obtuse, weird, and in some cases obnoxiously complicated. I figured them out as a small child. Did I ever get particularly good at them? Nah, but any adult can learn this game. As I always say, if you can read, you can learn Dwarf Fortress. It's just a matter of actually having the patience for it. Helmet Snake's terrifying. 2 more humans. 3 more humans. They're all hanging out in my tavern. Lots of visitors here. I like it. We're into the early autumn. Helped you realize that observation and patience is valuable. And that is why having your balls cradled while you learn how to play games is not necessarily a good thing. You know, we live in a society now which is very much based on getting instant gratification, right? Instantly learning how to do the thing. Instantly learning how to play the video game. Very quickly picking up and playing a thing and then immediately getting happy responses from it. You know, it kind of goes back to the discussion that we had earlier with my moderator, Audio, when he was talking about being a little bit frustrated trying to learn a new roguelike, in this case, Jupiter Hell. It's like, well, yeah, you're not going to get the instant gratification of Spider-Man, the video game, Marvel's Spider-Man for PlayStation. Spend $60 on that shit now. You know, it's not so much a instant. It's not an instant gratification thing. It's something that you have to learn. You have to get good at it, and over time, become satisfied with the like practice and skill, and feel like you've earned something. You know, and I sound like a Dark Souls player when I say that, but like it's even more so than Dark Souls for games like this, because not only do you have to learn. Like, let's say use Caves of Cut as an example. Not only do you need to learn the game's mechanics, learn the options of what you can do within those game's mechanics, you have to learn the game's vernacular. You have to learn the control scheme. You have to find all the hotkeys. You have to learn the UX. You know, I'm also, like, literally a 15-minute drive away from where Linus Tech Tips lives, right? I'm from the exact same part of town. I have a similar body type, except I'm way taller than him. So if I have similar speech patterns, not that unreasonable. Also, I've met Linus. I'm about that much taller than him. He's fucking short. Dude's like 5'4". It's actually kind of crazy how short he is. I've also met Luke. I actually ran into them on Skytrain while they were filming Scrapyard Wars. But, yeah, no. Also, my dad used to, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to out my dad that much, but. But no, I get the Linus Tech Tips comment a lot. Although, that being said, I don't see it in the slightest. Oh, God! Run, boys! Get into the fortress. Nespa Leanflings. Who? A human swordsman. Sure, you can join. Why not? Run around the awful yellow gas. The last time I saw gas, it was pink. Soap. Well, we do have soap. We got turkey soap, yak soap, pig soap. Not much soap, but hey, we have soap. I really liked old Linus Tech Tips because old Linus Tech Tips was interesting, insightful bits of like reviews and information about that's weirdly more soap than you ever have. The whole goal of this fortress is we're only allowed to sell soap, so it's my only trade good. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. Yeah, I liked old Linus Tech Tips when it was just like, here's a motherboard. Let's talk about what this motherboard is. Here's what this motherboard's good at. Here's what's in the box. There's that motherboard. Close it. On to the next thing. I liked that era of Linus Tech Tips. I hate current era Linus Tech Tips. It feels like I'm watching an infomercial. Like, there's nothing actually interesting in it. Like, the tech channels I like now are like level 1 techs and that kind of stuff where it's like, hey, or even a channel like Draga1 where it's like, here's an hour and a half of me fucking around with a weird build of Linux and putting together a PC that cost $18.40, and I got the rest of the pieces out of the dumpster behind my house. Those are fun tech videos. Not a big fan of what Linus is these days. Speaking of Draga, hello, smokers. Irvad, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to Civilization and World Info. Have I watched Tech Yes City? No, I haven't. But there's also more tech channels than I can watch. So, I used to really like Tech Syndicate, but they no longer really exist, so that makes me kind of sad. All right. You know, I almost never do this, but I'm going to ask them to bring me alcohol. We have finalized the import agreement. You missed old G4 TV? I don't. Shit was sexist as hell. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. Like, go back and watch old clips from G4. It's hard to watch. Farewell, Liam. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I'm curious about what news they brought. I need to look at the map and hit the news button and see if there's any wars happening. Oh, there definitely is. Looks like back in the mountain homes we are reclaiming places, I think. Oh, no. Sodel Thunderlabored became the Holy Lantern of the domination of Vigor, replacing her uncle, Endok Bracebridges. The army of Snowdub Dash Poisons marched on Winter Mirrors. And Ast Cloister Barb became the holy cook of the faith of castles. Very religious faction we're in. Look at this! Ptolus became the sacred bastion of the healing doctrines, replacing Burr chamber rules. Would you look at that? One of my other dwarves did a thing. Where can you find this tile set? Exclamation point tile set in the chat. No problem. That's cool. Someone want to, like, figure out who the healing doctrines are? I know that it's a religion, but, like, see if we can figure out more about them. Because that's kind of neat. I wonder if there's any other news and happenings going on. Some refugees, various refugees around the world. All those little tiny red spots. Those tiny little red R's. These guys, these are refugee groups. Refugees calling themselves the Heroic Coalition fled the area just before an army of the Cunning of Flies, led by the goblin-tailed circle covers, descended upon the area. Must be humans. The Droopy Fellowship. I feel that. Lots of news of refugees. Several human armies on this side. Actually, let's check in just because we're here. How is Archroads doing? They're up to a population of 100. Congratulations to the artificial jump. Also, we're allied with them. Good to know. Are those towers over there? These are indeed towers, if that's what you're asking about. Also, I have a particular favorite tower. This one, the Kobold Tab, the Kobold Tower of Watched Dishes, which is a very mood feeling because my ex never did dishes. She just watched me do the dishes. So, the Kobold Tower of Watched Dishes. And this is why you should help your significant other with chores. Otherwise, you'll be associated with a tower of kobolds in a digital video game. Well, world simulation. I should be politically correct here. No, they're definitely not kobold necromancers. But necromancers did definitely build that tower and definitely got defeated by somebody, probably the humans that are right next door. And the kobolds definitely moved into the tower. Probably can't read any of the book, and definitely can't read any of the books because they can't understand human writing or dwarven writing, but definitely live there. So, make a Google document and then link the Google Doc in the Discord. If so possible. That would be very helpful if you could do that. Man, soap's not exactly that valuable. You've done the document thing now? Is it in the Discord? Yeah, post it in the Discord. I'm gonna buy that bronze pick. I traded all of my soap for a pick. A cloud of accursed vapor has drifted nearby. Jesus. So, first off, cool. It's not editable. Excellent. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. This is the Werepanther Saga by Stone. So I'm going to copy and paste this sharing link into the Discord, or not into the Discord, into the giant document that I'm building. So now if you go to the Google Doc that was just linked and go from overview to legends, there's a link to Stone's doc right there. So if more people make docs like that, then I will load those up. Let's bring all of those cut gems and trade some gems as well. I know I said soaps can be my only trade good, but soaps, I don't have enough soap yet. And I do actually need some things. Your legends are, or your effort is legend here. Cool. Well, I need a couple of your books, so can't quite afford that many books, but hey, we can try. There we go. Got ourselves 3 books. Rock book case 3. I kind of want them to leave and get caught up in one of those vapor clouds and just get eviscerated. Toril was a deity that occurs in the midst of the trustworthy picks. Toril was most often depicted as a female dwarf associated with fortresses. Okay. And what did this deity do that was relevant? Must be something. Let's just make rock blocks out of all of these rocks. Fuck autocorrect? I mean, yes, fuck autocorrect indeed. Although my favorite line is fuck auto cucumber, because sometimes autocorrect, if you write autocorrect as one word with no space, it'll autocorrect it to auto cucumber, which I think is the funniest thing in the world. I mean, you can edit your Google Doc, no problem. Oh, that, gotcha. But yeah, no, to anybody who's maybe tuned in a little bit sooner, or if you're not so well-versed in DF, the thing that DF does really, really well that no other game quite does like it is Dwarf Fortress... Bumwreck has gone into a Fey mood. Another artifact. The thing that DF does that no other games do as well is DF generates worlds. Very convincing worlds. Very interesting, convincing worlds. And this whole project, these day forts, the whole goal and point behind it is to generate and learn as much and document as much as possible about this unique world that I've generated. So in that document, there are links where you can download the most recent version of the world. There are places where you can... we need silk. There are places where... let's hope that the traders have silk. We'll sell you a couple meat barrels. Don't really have much else. But the whole point of this world is to, or this whole project is to make as convincing a world as possible, and then learn as much about said world as possible. I need a guild hall. Farmer's hall. There it is. Meat is allowed to trade with? Oh, I'm trading things that aren't soap. I've already broken that rule. Apologies. Although I doubt that they even have silk, which is what I need. I've already traded gems anyway, so I've already broken the rule. See, they've got pigtail cloth, leather. Yeah, they do have cave spider silk cloth. But I need to trade for something. Meat's not even valuable enough. So it doesn't even fucking matter. Yes, we've already sold plenty of soap. Screw it. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is actually pretty easy to find at local record shops, considering they have, what, 15 records now? So they're actually kind of easy to find. There we go, that's what we needed. I'm selling an artifact to save another dwarf so that they can make another artifact. There we go. There you go. Perfect. Cheers, Norstad. I mean, I've almost been streaming for 8 hours already. This stream's flown by. And there we go. Alright, I think it's time we replace Liam. Fycod, you can be our... Vubok, I think we'll make. Yeah. Okay, so Vubok is now our trader, bookkeeper, or is the trader is now our manager and bookkeeper, and we have a new trader who's the necromancer. Because Liam's a very busy dwarf and has to meet with other dwarves. There we go. Less work for Liam. I'm not actually that familiar with that King Gizzard record because they have so many, I kind of can't keep up with them. More dwarves have arrived. Her name's means juice. Mmm, tasty. It's yellow translucent with blue speckle. Yeah, they always have good colorings. Another Monster Slayer. I'll take it. Cool. Our manager is managing work orders. Getting all that stuff queued up. How long did you spend on it? Good question. But it's now immortalized in the document. Also, ooh. Okay, I need to know what dance they're doing. The Incense of Bewildering is a social partner dance, originating in the Trustworthy Picks. The form guides the dancers during an improvised performances. The dance is accompanied with the Wispy Glimmer. The dancers perform in a circle, moving slowly. Interesting. But I'll just say this, like, you're kind of also documenting scripts for possible videos. Just keep that in mind. Like, I might just take all of your work and make it into a YouTube video and monetize it and put it on my Patreon. So just realize you're literally volunteer slave labor. Hi, hopping in before beds. Hi, hi. Animals, how is you? Hopefully you's weekend's good. And Bomrek, the engraver, has created Nonshattalas, a Kesserite amulet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Edzul Rope Honors. I'd like to know who Edzul Rope Honors is. As long as your name is spelled right this time. I apologize. That's my bad. I will fix that in the next one. To be fair, I misspelled Belug's name for a while before finally spelling it right. I had 2 G's in it for like 4 or 5 videos until he pointed it out. And I was like, oh God, no, so sorry. Rock, aka MLH. Also, there's an elf. It's an elf poet. Alana, blah, 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 blah. It's my most accurate pronunciation of a last name. Sometimes I just can't be cared. You're wearing chicken leather trousers. Bum, 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 bum. Let's make bone crafts and then go to rock and make rock mugs. But let's do all these first. I think that this fortress has been a testament to how tough dwarves can be. Not even... These dwarves only just got a tavern this year on year 3. And none of them are depressed yet. Is that a horse? Yes. Sometimes you just have to check, you know? Not quite sure if that's a horse or some other weird, bizarre, unknown creature that needs to be set on fire. It's generally a horse, but sometimes it's not. So it's always worth checking. Prairie lobster? I mean, I would like dipped lobster. I'm not gonna be picky as to what it's dipped in, assuming it's a tasty sauce. So, I'm down. I think I'm out of buckets. Let's make some barrels, some buckets, some lag spikes. Elves do eat. They also eat each other. Do they eat in fortress mode? I don't know. So yeah, it's kind of a tricky discussion there. I'm not sure. They put lie in buckets, right, chat? A legitimate elven poet with no ulterior motive. Fascinating. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, pretty much. That's basically how you pronounce that name. Spent his entire life as a poet, 100 years of doing nothing before just standing around for 100 years. So a very productive elf. Has done absolutely nothing of note or value. Just like a kobold. Although at the very least, kobolds steal things sometimes. Needs lie containing item. Right, you know what? Let's try this again. Okay. Let's finish making all them buckets and barrels. Let's also make a custom stockpile for nothing but buckets. Never mind, there's no buckets in this. So buckets are not finished goods. Are they furniture? I doubt it. Although apparently barrels are furniture, so maybe they are furniture. Nope. Did I miss it? I'm sure I did. Ah, there you are. All right, so now I got a buckets stockpile. All right, so let's make ash. Let's make 50 ash. Hello, Saigon. How's we do? Welcome back. As they say in Bejeweled, welcome back. Unless somehow I lost all of my wood burners. Also, somehow I managed to keep running out of alcohol. Seems like a pretty chill little elven force. Oh. Well, it's a giant bubble. The forgotten beast, Nomar Shoneth, has come. A huge blob composed of water. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. Well, all right, then. No, it does not squirm nor fidget. But it is a giant blob composed of water. Wow, it moved fast. Jeebers. This thing's going. Oh, I was hoping it would just die to the Elkberg. Elkberg? Elkberg. Elkbird, not to be confused with Zoidberg. Oh well, it's on a different layer. We don't need to worry about it. Oh, it's fighting. The Elkberg jumps away from its extract. Eagle people! Chat, we found Americans! I mean, rather, we found eagle people. It's an eagle lady. A feathered person with the head and wings of an eagle. Might make a brave dwarf pee. Yeah, the dwarves wouldn't drink it because it's disgusting. Also, amphibian man? Little colony of amphibian people down here. These evil creatures resembling walking frogs with arms and the intelligence to use them. They live in the waters under the earth. I love how many animal people this world has that keep showing up. Got a little insurgency of amphibian people. Wait, what? Sassbot showed up. Hold up. Infinity, wait up. Cassie. Sassbot. From the Fortress of Thieves. Huzzah! Interesting. Okay, so you're now making ash. Let's also get you on wood burning. So that's actually kind of really cool. Okay, so we've got 3 dwarves making ash now. Also, thanks everybody for the follows today. Kind of rocketing up, getting a lot of follows while offline from the YouTube channel, as well as people following while I'm streaming. I don't actually care about followers that much. I don't know, I guess I'm not vain in that way, but at the same time, like, I've just kind of learned that they don't really matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. But at the same time, thank you everybody for following the stream. It's nice to know that people enjoy the streams enough to follow. Also, bar block stockpile, which is going to go right here. And I'm going to select it and say, well, what material do we want? Well, let's see. We want ash, soap. And that's about it. Ash and soap. No, you're fine. You said one thing. Overdoing it would be like posting the same thing every day for the next... every 4 lines from next month. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, I need a few more lie makers. I mean, I do have the one lie maker, Errol, who I literally want doing nothing else. The flying abyss of Hell's Forgotten Beast extract strikes the elk bird in the lower body. The Forgotten Beast breathes the globs of Abyss Hell's Forgotten Beast extract. Well, I mean, it hasn't died yet. I guess the elk birds just haven't hit it. They only need to hit it once. It'll fall and go sploosh. I mean, it's for resubs and me waking chat up, so it doesn't actually matter all that much. Why are you the fourth person to ask me that today? You know, the only harassment I've gotten from the blind playthrough comment are people today. But genuinely, I think it's good that they deleted it. People would always not... Well, here's the thing, right? There's things that are directly offensive, and then there's things that are just kind of annoying, you know? It's kind of like saying something is autistic when someone says something stupid. Is it directly mean to someone who's autistic? No, but it's associating someone who's autistic with something potentially negative. Saying, oh, you're blind, you didn't see this, or oh, this is a blind playthrough of this game. Is it necessarily a direct vernacular that can be negative? No, but it can be taken in a shitty light. And yes, it's been used at me in a shitty light. You know, people saying, well, every playthrough you do is a blind playthrough, because get it, you don't see well. Do I think it's offensive? No, not particularly. Can it get fucking annoying? Yes. Am I really annoyed after answering this question for the 85,000th time today? Yes. Well, how about this? I just ban you for using a Pepe in my chat and having a Pepe as your icon. Go away. Leave your Pepes at the door, kids. Pepe laugh yourself. You know, honestly, I think the next person to ask that question is just going to get banned on principle, unless it's like a genuine regular. I'm just tired of answering that fucking question. I don't even care if that person previously followed me. Oh, if it exists, there's a version of Pepe for it. Don't worry. People love to wank off over their Pepe memes. Not that it matters. Need a few rock crafters. You're just a glazer, which is not particularly useful to me. So let's give you stone crafting. And also get rid of this stockpile now. I mean, there was one person who asked it legitimately. The other 5 that have asked it today are just trying to start shit. What's interesting is I've had both people who follow me and people who don't follow me do this shit. It's like, well, what are you here for? Are you here to genuinely ask a question on my opinion on something? Or are you here just to be a cunt? Most of them are here just to be a cunt, unfortunately. And yeah, I know some people really hate it when I use that word, but fuck off. I don't care. It's like, I want some things to hit sometimes. Oh, hey, game's saving. I was like, why did the game freeze? Game's saving. It's 2 a.m., you're heading to bed. You have a good night. No, Angry Ram Enthusiast. So we're building a fortress where our main trade good is soap, and where our main production and skill is soap. So almost everything we are doing is soap. Normalize the word cunt, TBH. I mean, Australia did that decades ago. So the whole point of this fort is we're making and trading a lot of soap. So we're doing these things called day forts. Every single day fort is kind of a unique set of restrictions. I can only play the one fort that day, and I have to finish it by the end of the stream. A child just died for some reason. What? Oh. Well. Huh. 2 dwarves are found dead, actually. Vubok and Adil. Ah, cave crocodile. Ooh. Gross. I think my manager just died to a cave crocodile. In fact, there's the cave crocodile. Well, shit. Crikey indeed. Krampus. Crikey indeed. That's why you build a well? Well, I don't know what you're talking about. My monster slayers should go do actual work and remove that cave crocodile. Just dwarf things. Yeah, that's fine. It does, however, mean that I need to assign a new manager. Sassbot. Welcome to your new job. The frustrating thing about this fort, though, is because we're trying to make so much soap, I keep running out of barrels. And because I keep running out of barrels, I also am having a hard time making alcohol. Go beat the shit out of this crocodile, please, dwarves. Ooh, well, it's dead. The Bent Gates, that's a good name. Need more trees. I mean, wait for what you want to wait for. If you want to wait for the Steam version, wait for the Steam version. Just don't do the thing that a lot of people have been doing in my comments and saying, why do they keep delaying it? Which is hilarious because you can't actually delay something that never had a release date. Which is the case for the game currently. No, I don't need a frickin' bard in the fort. I do actually genuinely think that that's hilarious. Whenever somebody comments on when are they gonna stop delaying this? It's always like, you know, it never had a release date, so it's hard to delete something. It's not micromanagement central. It's only micromanagement central if you play with DF Hack and DF Therapist. Have you seen how much micromanagement I do? None. Unless occasionally I want a specific dwarf to do a specific job. Right the fuck now, then I'll go assign it. But outside of that... Yeah, Tarn just releases stuff when it's done. Yes, Warm Shadow. That and like a lot of people have somehow managed to confuse me as the developer of the game, which I think is kind of funny. What was I gonna do? I find both of those things very funny. DF is a fantastic source of inspiration for a lot of things. World building, writing, creativity, character development. The fuck was that dwarf carrying? It's a great source of a lot of forms of inspiration. DF got you into fantasy? Like, as in just like fantasy lore in general? I want to say RuneScape and Lord of the Rings probably were the things that got me into fantasy. Where you can make impacts on the story and then generate time forwards to see how that story progresses. Interesting. Have you played Vampire with a Y? It's not quite that, but, Ooh. Uh-oh. 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 The forgotten beast, Fafire, has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of coke. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its webs. How tough is coke? Not that kind of coke. It's a mineral. Which is ironic, because coke is used for making... I don't actually, can you make soap with coke? Huh. But it has wings. So, I think we're all dead. Assuming it can fly. And is it just stuck on this? Oh, no, never mind. Uh-oh. Well, it might be stuck in this top corner. Jesus, that thing is moving. Jesus. Yeah, it's a quadruped. Quadrupeds are always fast. I had one of these made out of iron once. It had wings, right? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be able to fly. I kind of wanted to come over here and put this fort out of its misery. But I kind of think that if I just dig over to it, where's the fun in that? I don't know if my dwarves can get to this, but... I mean, there's cats right over there. All right, well, the dwarves need logs, right? The dwarves need logs. So the dwarves are just absent-mindedly cutting down logs, you know? Just not really thinking too much about where they're going or why they're going there, but they are, you know, just chopping down logs. I mean, it's a dream job for a lot of people. It's not an easy thing to accomplish, right? I mean, I wouldn't think of it as a dream job. I would think of it as a dream hobby because that makes it significantly more achievable, right? Getting to make your dream project is an incredibly difficult task to achieve. Financially, physically, just in general. It's a very, very, very hard task to achieve. Very few people will ever achieve that task. So if you aim for it as a dream hobby, it's very much achievable. If it becomes a job, cool fucking bonus. But it's one of those things where it's very difficult to achieve. Yeah, exactly. You can achieve anything you want. The challenge is getting paid, right? So for me, like, I wanted to work in radio. I ended up streaming, but this didn't happen overnight. I did it basically for free for 2 years as a part-time job, and eventually made it to the point where I was making some money doing this. Oh, hey, there's a giant cave toad in my fortress, and my dwarves are fighting with it. Come on, guys. Kill the toad. You can do it. Come on, human. That's what we're paying you for. In alcohol. See if they can even get to that. I don't know if they can. No mention of coke and soak production? Okay. Be funny if it was composed of ash then. Okay, you know what? Please understand, chat, that I'm just letting this forgotten beast into the fortress. Under the lore reason of the dwarves need more, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Trees to make into soap. Because this fortress is kind of just becoming pain. Dwarves need blood? No, they need trees to make soap. See? We're gonna go chop down those trees right there. Although, this doesn't really lead anywhere, so... Alright, you guys follow this. I need to use the toilet. I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I return. Actually, I mean, the dwarves themselves aren't that dirty. But, Alright. Drunkenly grunts. That's just like the sound most dwarves make all the time. That's a weird spot out there. Yeah, that should let it in. I hope this is an acceptable way of trying to end a fort, because I don't really know where else we can go from this fort. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Fire. Can you get to us yet? That is the question. Can we get to that? That is the question. How about to that? This cavern layer is super fucking confusing. Even by like my standards, this cavern layer is confusing. It's just so deep. Regardless, though, this fortress has been fun. The one real takeaway I have from it is that soap is just as annoying still as it ever was. Soap is question mark buggy in a lot of places. I have a lot of I have everything I need to make soap, and they're canceling it just like constantly. It's like soap. It's still annoying as hell to make in DF. That's my main takeaway from this fortress is soap is annoying. Don't make it. You prefer cheese? Just as annoying as buggy, but is tastier when it's finished. It's worth seeing how it goes if they survive, how they can leave. Yeah, no, they can try and survive. I mean, the farming went well. You know, look at all those baby turkeys we have. I mean, there was points where we had tons. Oh, hey, Catan has been possessed. Good luck, Ranger. He's claimed a crafts dwarf shop. We'll probably get everything he needs. Be surprised if he doesn't. You know what's another thing I've been seeing a lot recently is the I thought I was following you sentiment. I wonder how much of that is people who actually never followed me and thought they did. And how much of that are people who followed me and then some various Twitch bug made them unfollow me. So I know that that's been a real issue in the past, is Twitch unfollowing people for people. I'm actually kind of really curious about that, and I've been wondering about that recently. Especially because recently I've had large days where I lose large numbers of followers for kind of no reason. Like there was one day where I lost like 41 followers kind of out of nowhere. It's like, I wonder why that is. Okay, well, that was your route in. There you go. Come on, you spooky webbed forgotten beast. All right, you should be able to walk. Okay, no, this spot you can't. It's like how whenever Spotify will update and it removes a large portion of the music that you downloaded on your phone. I've literally never had that happen. At least not that I've noticed. That's unfortunate. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. There she blows. Let's see how this goes. This Coke-powered quadruped. Whoop, it's just kind of looking. Dwarves don't seem to have noticed it yet. Oh, there it goes. It really doesn't like turkeys. Nope. That's just murdering all my livestock. And a dwarf's been found dead. All right. And before, like, one of those mercenaries will just save it. Oh, God, that's so much webbing. Oh, the dwarves dive bomb it. It's panicking. Wow, actually, this thing seems pretty strong. Wow. Oh, and there go the zombies because there was a necromancer in there. And now there's... Are those intelligent undead? Damn! Well, would you look at that? Look at all of these named rotten stalkers we have. Well, good job, Flycod. It's... Frozen stalkers. Mm-hmm. I forgot about the necromancer, too. Yeah, looks like the necromancer raised a bunch of my dwarves as risen stalkers. And, it appears that many more dwarves are being found dead still. Who did Sasspot die? I think Sasspot died. Nope, Sasspot is now an undead stalker. Sasspot from the first fortress, now skull mangled, is beyond recognition and her head is bruised. Well, I mean, generally when your skull is mangled beyond recognition, your head will be bruised. Good thing we have at least a doctor left. Liam is still alive, our chief medical dwarf. Well. We accidentally made a necromancer for it, chat room. Just sticking some stuff into the document. Well, would you look at that? Well, I think it's only fitting. New funnel? What? Oh, new funnel. It's a parchment scroll. I wonder who is holding that. It's an Otterman parchment scroll? Somebody butchered an otter person? The rolls are made from Vericite. It's a manual entitled New Funnel, authored by Feck Teach Crush. It concerns the construction and the use of the funnel. The writing drives forward relentlessly. Prose is passable. So, we owe our continued living to, we owe our continued living to, the necromancer, but also a lot of dwarves just died to a necromancer, or died and then got rezzed by a necromancer. So it's a pity the necromancer didn't also res the Forgotten Beast. Question is, did the queen die? Oh shit. The dwarf queen died. Yep. The dwarf queen died. Welp. You know, as horrific as that is, tune in next week to find out more weird adventures from this world and the day forts that happen in it. I'm kind of curious, though. I wonder what... You had a good time lurking? I don't know if I'm fully done yet, Aegis. But if you're on your way out, we'll see you later regardless. I don't know. I'm thinking about playing some Minesweeper to cool off. I'm going to check Legends first, though. I want to see what Saspot did before getting to that fort. And then, you know, becoming a frozen stalker. We could also check in on Warm Shadows, Dwarf. Saspot, born in 299. Became a member of the Trustworthy Picts in the year 313. Became a member of the Innocent Trays. Stole the Stirred Grizzle from the Knight of Temples. Settled in Quillfingers. Married a Frozen Stalker. Kubok glory worked. Oh no, we also killed your significant other, Saspot. I'm so sorry. Left the Perfect Fountain. Left the Trustworthy Picts. Settled in the Dwelling of Cleansing a few years later, or the same year. Became a member of the Trustworthy Picts. Became a member of the Fragrant Fabulous Soap, the FFS. Not to be confused with the FFS Tricky. Fought the Fierce Siege in the defense of the Dwelling of Cleansing. Became a member of the Foggy Company. What? Ever that is. Became manager of the Fragrant Fabulous Soap. And then was struck down by the Forgotten Beast at Fafire, Wander Spider, the Deceiver of Nightmares in the Dwelling of Cleansing. Saspot then came back from the dead in the Dwelling of Cleansing. The Royal Society, if I remember. I want to know who the Royal Society are. Let's look up Warm Shadow. You live in Quillfingers. Figures. You live in Quillfigures. It's a fort. The Perfect Fountain constructed them in 221. Doesn't seem to have done much of... Oh, Little Grim Reaper also lives there. Sui lives there. Saspot did live there until Saspot left to come to where the Saspot is now to become a Frozen Stalker. Yeah, it looks like a lot of the dwarves from the first fortress moved into Quillfingers. Why do I keep saying fingers? Figures. I can read. Also, Gloved Virgin is a hilarious last name. What's your name? Gloved Virgin? Aside from that, pretty normal fort from the looks of things. Yeah, it certainly seems like a pretty normal fort. Well, we've been streaming for 8.5 hours. God damn, time flies. At least they're alive? Yeah, at least they're alive. One other thing. Oh, the Deceiver of Nightmares was a forgotten beast, the only one of his kind, a gigantic quadruped composed of coke. It has wings and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Damn. Did all of its killing in the final fortress. Killed 12 turkey hens, 4 geese, 3 hens, 4 ducks, 3 cats, 1 rooster, and a drake. Killed, wait, what? Shad, Infinity, Vinsati. So I can mark down who's dead. That's why I pulled this page up. Let's see, Shad is dead. I'm not counting them as dead if I'm not counting them as dead if they got resurrected. Is any missing here? I think that's all of them. Regardless, though, I think that was a fun day of day forts. So later tonight, if you want to grab the world, it's available in the Google Doc in the chat. I think the plan for tomorrow is we'll be doing another day of Creeper World 4. But I think it's time to cool off. And for anybody who's been around recently, I think you know what that means. I think you may know what that means. Should be in the right directory. Let me know if I'm not, chat. So I go until I either give up or win a game. But yeah, this is kind of how I've been